podium up there with the clicker. The clicker's on the podium. It's ready to go. We'll make sure that your presentation is pulled up and you can present. And you can even sit down. I know Auditor Bird is already sitting down, and that's great. And that's fine. Just make sure you always speak into the microphone. Make sure you introduce yourself and the organization that you're from each time you get up to present. And then presenters, we'll let you guys go through all of your presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions from the representatives here, and that's how we'll proceed. Appreciate, again, everyone being here. Again, we just want to remind everyone that in our committee meetings, we want to have good decorum. We want to be respectful of the presenters and of the process that we go through here. And we're looking forward to a really good study that Representative Sterling has prepared. And so with that, Representative Sterling, you're recognized to present your interim study.
Thank you, Chairman Johns. First of all, I'd just like to say thank you for attending, and a special thank you to all my presenters that we'll be hearing from today as well as tomorrow. The purpose of this interim study is to do a deep dive into the procedures and issues surrounding Oklahoma Turnpike Authority and the proposed new turnpike extension that will run through a very large portion of my legislative district. I am here on behalf of my constituents in my legislative district, District Number 27, Western State. Both those in favor and those not in favor of the proposed turnpike. Just like to say, this will not be if you review the agenda, this will not be a one-sided study in reference to everybody. There's always two sides to a story. I found that out, and Representative Johns can attest to this. We were both administrators in public schools, and it was so amazing, when you heard one story, well, this is a done deal. No, there's two sides to the story generally, and we had discipline issues. So this is not going to be a one-sided study. This will involve several individuals, groups, agencies, providing input on the overall topic that we are going to be examining today and tomorrow. And the reason for 2 days is it's not that we enjoy sitting here in meetings. That's not obviously the case. I want to make sure that everyone had ample amount of time to provide their input. I have witnessed too many instances up here in interim studies and other things where, because of time constraints, people were rushed through to finish their presentation without receiving sufficient time for what they were presenting. So this is a very important, impactful issue for many people and communities. So I do not want to rush through this study. Okay. A lot of changes have occurred in our state since the 1950s. This was when the original turnpike legislation was designed, drafted. I believe it is incumbent upon myself and other legislators to be sure that the original purpose and language of the statute still, let me emphasize, still aligns with both our transportation infrastructure needs of today, which there are many, and also the quality of life our state's citizens desire for the present and the future. Some of the things, but not all, that we're going to be addressing the next couple of days here will include, but definitely not limited to, I'm just going over some of them in no particular order, no order of importance. We'll be looking at accountability in relation to the turnpike funding, transparency of the various procedures utilized by the OTA, criteria for selection of proposed routes, the communication or lack thereof in some cases with legislators. Personal experience, I found out about this on the weekend, the proposed Turnpike South Extension. specifically, and then Nations, Interim Hills Road extension, feeding cattle one weekend through constituents. So we've had some very good productive, I want to be totally transparent, very good productive conversations with OTA on that. And I think we won't have that situation anymore in the future. The concern, and I'll emphasize this, the concern of a possible, let me emphasize that, possible conflict of interest of Secretary Gatz with the roles he serves with ODOT and the OTA. Let me emphatically emphasize that in no way is this incumbent upon his job performance in these capacities. He is simply, it's his responsibility to carry out those job expectations of those positions, regardless of what his personal faults, beliefs, or whatever. He's just serving that job. But again, those particular roles that he does serve, we want to, I think there's going to be some possible questions addressing that. And finally, legislative authority that might be needed, or the lack thereof, to have input in the decisions of future toll roads. Again, before I finish, I just want to emphasize once more that I personally am not trying to impede needed infrastructure improvements and growth. I am just wanting to strive to do it in a manner that accomplishes what needs to take place with the least amount of negative implications for the affected citizens and communities. So at this time, Mr. Chairman, if you'll allow me to, I would like to go ahead and present our first presenter, State Auditor Inspector Cindy Bird. Auditor Bird is going to basically discuss the course of action that we needed to take place conducting performance audit. I would like to make one comment because, as we know, this is what season it is right now. Auditor Bird has to serve a lot of capacities and deal with a lot of different people here at the Capitol. And I just want to say that she's come briefly to inform us about the routine audits currently being performed at the OTA and about the different types of audits that their office performs. And the process is set in statute to request an audit. She is happy to take questions, but I want to emphasize that she is not here today to give her opinion about any of the land purchases, etc., surrounding the current proposed turnpike. So just want to be clear on that. So let's keep it very structured to that standpoint, not that you wouldn't. So at this time, we'll turn it over to Auditor Bird. Thank you for being here, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Sterling, and good morning, members of the Transportation Committee. Joining me is Melissa Capps. She is the Director of the Performance Audit Division. Today I'm going to quickly elaborate on this handout, which should be in your packet, and then take any questions that you may have. Just as a friendly reminder, OTA, Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, is an authority which is a political subdivision of the state. And authorities are generally established to be used as a debt conduit for borrowing money through the issuance of bonds. In other words, government entities are prohibited from going into debt by the Constitution, but authorities are not. As an authority, Oklahoma Turnpike Authority's only auditing requirement is in Title 69, and it's to have an annual financial statement audit conducted by an outside CPA firm, which includes an audit of their federal funds. And in 2021, I believe BKD is the firm that conducted the financial audit of the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. Now, per Title 74, Oklahoma Turnpike Authority's financial audit is to be filed with the State Auditor's Office. Now, the State Auditor's Office has the statutory function to serve as a filing house for all of these audits that are conducted by outside CPA firms in our local schools, cities and towns, and authorities. The Auditor's Office does not audit these submissions from other auditors. We simply act as a central place for outside audits and budgets to be filed and accessed by the public. Now, by law, the State Auditor's Office is required to conduct a financial audit over the entire state financial report that includes close to $30 billion of all funds. That includes $13.5 billion in federal dollars that run through the state agencies this past year. And because the Turnpike Authority is a component unit of the state, OTA's financial statements are then required to be incorporated into the Oklahoma's financial statements. This financial statement report is known as the ACFR. and it's the comprehensive financial report of the state that we publish each year by December 31st. The ACFR is crucial to the financial picture of the state. It impacts the state's bond rating, and it's also used by the federal government to determine if we're handling funds properly to give us more federal grants. The way the Turnpike Authority's financial information is incorporated into the ACFR is OMES obtains the audited financial statements from OTA and pulls it into the statewide financial statements. During our audit work that we perform, we ensure the financial information found in the statewide financials agrees to the underlying data in the statements for OTA. Now, our statewide financial statement audit opinion letter includes wording disclosing that we did not audit OTA and that we are basing our opinions solely on the report of work done by the other auditors for OTA. So to recap, by statute, the only required audit for OTA is the financial statement audit that's filed with our office, and it's included as part of the state's financial statement audit. Okay, so what is a financial statement audit? A financial statement audit is conducted under government auditing standards. It's designed to attest to the accuracy of the numbers presented on the financial statements, and it's used for determining the financial solvency of an entity, and it can be used in conjunction with bond issues. But it's not the type of audit to see if an entity is complying with law. As legislators, you pass laws, but the financial statement audits required by statute, conducted by outside CPA firms on authorities, and all of our cities and towns and schools, are not auditing to see if they're following those laws. For any audit to be beneficial, it's important to choose the best tool. So what are the distinctions between a financial statement audit and the audit requirement for OTA? A performance audit or an investigative audit or a special audit. OTA has never had an operational audit or a performance type audit. A performance audit can be a helpful tool. It provides recommendations on how to improve efficiencies and effectiveness of the entity. And per statute, a performance audit can only be initiated by a written request from the governor, the director of the agency, or pursuant to a joint concurrent resolution by the legislature. And though many have been filed, did you know that SAI has never received a joint resolution performance audit request, ever? In fact, it's so foreign to my office that my first year, I asked Senator Newhouse about a bill he had filed, and he said, "Isn't this the way I request a performance audit?" So ironically, the resolution was for us to look into parks and tourism, and I'm wondering now if we should have gotten that passed. Senate Current Resolution 26, that was proposed last session, requested the auditor to review information of all the property acquired by OTA for the Kickapoo Turnpike and Access Oklahoma projects in Cleveland County, which included looking at the deeds, the payments for properties, the state funds used to purchase the property, contracts between state and property owners, and lease agreements between the state and property owners. I would like to make known that Secretary Katz contacted me right after July 1st, around that time. I wanted to set up a meeting, and we did finally get that meeting scheduled August 29, and he was making plans to ask for an audit of these exact objectives pending discussions with the board. I would also like to reiterate that none of these items would have been included in any financial statement audit conducted by the Turnpike Authority. The proposed objectives do fit a performance audit well. However, I would like to make you aware of another option. A performance audit is focused on methodologies and processes that must follow auditing standards, whereas a special audit is free from many of those auditing requirements and restraints. The purpose of a special audit is to determine compliance with the laws. A special audit would probably be a better option to investigate the concerns voiced publicly regarding OTA, and a special audit can be requested by the governor, the OTA board, a district attorney, or an AG. The legislature could compose a letter to any one of these requesting entities. Similar to the special audit of the State Department of Education that was initiated by a letter signed by 22 members of both the House and the Senate that requested the governor to formally ask for the audit. Now, at the end of the day, an audit success is based upon the objectives developed, and my team and I mean, we're here to help you do that. But I've explained to you the options that you have and what audits are being done at Turnpike Authority. And at this time, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Representatives, are there any questions? Representative Starr, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understood you clearly. And correct me if I'm wrong, but special audit is what you're recommending that maybe would be the more efficient path for us to follow as legislators.
In my professional opinion as a CPA who's done audits, yes. If you want to cut straight to the chase and find out if a law has been followed, a special audit is what will get you there. It's also very efficient in audit hours to do a special audit versus a performance audit.
Any other questions? Auditor Bird, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
For the job that you do for the state of Oklahoma.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you, Auditor Bird, for that information. I think that might have cleared up some confusion for some of us. This time, we are now going to turn it over to Speaker Joe Achille, Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, and it'll, and I'm not sure you might have said this, Chairman, but what we're recommending for the committee members and others, that if our presenters prefer, we'll let them go through the entire presentation and then take questions at the end, or if they prefer to take questions as we go along, we can do that as well. So do you have a preference, Joe?
You can help me however you want.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and get you through the presentation just to make sure you can get through all of it in the time allotted, and then we'll allow questions after that. So let's do it that way. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Transportation Committee. I appreciate being here today. We were cut pretty short in the studies that were done last month, and although it was, I had a goal of getting them finished that week, it was actually a blessing to wait a month, allowed us to put a few more things together. And having an hour and a half here today, I was able to add some extra slides to address some of those questions that were supplied to me early on for this study. So I'm going to try to go through those as I go through the presentation that's in front of you. I'm not going to go back and redo the history of OTA and how we got where we are. If anybody would like to see that, it was done in the morning on the 27th of September. So I've completed that one. So today I'm really going to focus, or try to focus, specifically on how the routes were created and a lot of the processes that are either have begun or about to start or are coming up in the coming months. So briefly, just a short look back in history at recent bond programs. In 2001, the OTA completed a section of the John Kilpatrick and the Creek Turnpikes, extending those two turnpikes as part of the loop system around Oklahoma City and Tulsa. In 2008, and I'm skipping to a slide, to a gap that's in there, in 2008 there was a significant downturn in the economy. And during that time, the Turnpike Authority had to raise tolls, one of the only times we've had to do that, due to a downturn in the economy, and to be able to fund our reserve maintenance and to be able to make our bond payment. As traffic picked back up in the years that came immediately after 2008, 2009, and 2010, our ratios were such that we could sell bonds and reinvest back into our network, performing the widening of the John Kilpatrick and the Creek Turnpikes in 2011, and those did not require a toll increase. We were able to do those off the operating funds that were coming in from those revenues at that time. Fast forward a few years to 2016, an announcement was made actually at the end of 2015 about the Driving Forward Bond Program. That program added about 7 miles to the John Kilpatrick Turnpike, south of I-40 down to State Highway 152, widened the east end of the Turner Turnpike about 20 miles, and we are wrapping that work up right now. on the east end of the Turner near between Sapulpa and Tulsa. Built the Kickapoo Turnpike, about 20 miles of new alignment in, at the time, eastern Oklahoma County, and it was called the Eastern Oklahoma County Turnpike in the beginning, before it was formally named. The Gilcrease West was a part of the announcement on the west side of Tulsa, and then some major reinvestment that we typically do with a bond program, some expensive projects that are tough to do in our normal capital improvement plan, with the H.E. Bailey and the Muskogee Turnpikes doing between 7 and 10 miles of pavement rehab and some toll plaza modernization as part of that announcement. This map just shows where those improvements were made, and it's a little bit small, but the green lines that are shown there are a reinvestment back into the network, either in widening and rehabilitation or in toll plaza work. And the red lines that are shown on that are the extension of the John Kilpatrick in southwest Oklahoma City, the Eastern Oklahoma County Turnpike, now known as the Kickapoo. And on the west side of Tulsa, the Gilcrease, which I am going to touch on later in the presentation about why it's a little bit unique and special, and try to give a construction update because we're getting close to a completion date on that project. So let's talk about the Access Oklahoma program and what all is included in it. There are 70 miles of widening between Oklahoma City and Tulsa that need to be done on the Turner Turnpike. And I want to spend just a minute talking about that. Myself, Secretary Gatz, as we were wrapping up and finishing the very first segments, which we opened in October 2018, the first couple mile segment of the Turner that was widened. And the immediate question that we received from everybody who drove in that nice widened 6 mile section that was lit at night, much safer, had nice wide shoulders. The very first question we received all the time, and if I don't answer it now, I'll receive it today, which is, or if I didn't have it on the slide, I'd receive it today, which is, when are you going to widen the rest of the Turner Turnpike? It needs to be done. And the answer that we gave in 2019 and in 2020 and in 2021 the answer was, I don't know. It'll have to be a part of a bond program. I don't know when it's going to happen. I recognize the need as the Deputy Director and Chief Engineer at the Turnpike. Routinely, we have major issues on the Turner Turnpike in the form of accidents. 2 vehicles get tied up. The typical section, the roadway section, is not wide enough to turn people around when we have a closure. A few months ago, you may recall that we had an active shooter where the Highway Patrol chased somebody onto the Turner Turnpike, resulted in a fatality, and it was a 4-hour closure of the Turner Turnpike. In a section between Oklahoma City and Luther, where it's about 15 miles between exits. So the typical section was so narrow we couldn't turn people around. So people who thought they were going to get gas in 30 minutes at Wellston, or be in Tulsa in an hour, or vice versa, in 15-20 minutes be in Oklahoma City, were stuck on the Turnpike for 4 hours while that site was taken care of. Part of this access program is to review the access points to make that typical section wide, because we can't stop all accidents, and when they occur we need to be able to handle them in an efficient manner, get people off the road, get them on their way, and not have people tied up. So new access points on the Turner Turnpike is one of our top priorities. When the Turner was originally built, you had to have a person sitting in a booth collecting that cash. Coin machines didn't exist in the 50s. And you go back and look at and think about that at Chandler, Stroud, and Bristow, at those exits, there has been a person sitting in those toll booths since May of 1953, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we're going to cashless tolling. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time talking about cashless tolling. It's a major improvement to safety. And as we go cashless, it allows us to build interchanges where we need to. The cost to operate those is significantly less. Significant upfront cost to building that, not a significant operating cost afterwards. So that's one of the major projects that affects a lot of Oklahomans, with the Turner Turnpike connecting the about 2/3 of Oklahoma's population. Another significant project and a location we're beginning to see congestion, or at least we anticipated, is on the Will Rogers Turnpike, I-44, north of US 412, so northeast of Tulsa, up to around Claremore. The traffic that we're beginning to see in that location, because Claremore continues to grow and a lot of those folks are commuting to and from Tulsa, there is a significant amount of congestion that's beginning to show up there. There are some major bridges that need to be widened on the that go over the navigation channel there just east of the Port of Catoosa. So that will be a major investment. That's going to be a challenging project. That's going to take some years to complete. So we're excited about getting that done and being able to, because that particular section is going to take a significant investment in those bridges, and they need to be replaced. They're very narrow. The railing is not tall enough, things like that. Also reviewing access points on the Will Rogers. Looking at the John Kilpatrick and the widening that needs to happen on it, it's growing somewhere around 10% per year in traffic volume prior to the pandemic. It's the fastest growing, at least that I'm aware of, for sure on the Turnpike network, and probably on the state highway network and interstate network, where there's a 4-lane divided highway growing at 10% a year in traffic. And that's in particular that section over on the west side of Oklahoma City around Yukon. The other section east that's not widened between I-35 and Eastern on the east side of the John Kilpatrick, northeast side of Oklahoma City. It has had significant traffic growth since we put the loop ramp in at Broadway. That loop ramp was completed a few months ago. That has, the folks that are coming out of Edmond are taking that to go south and east, or taking that to go to the Turner Turnpike. And so we've seen a significant traffic increase in that section in the last few months. We're looking at the extents of the H.E. Bailey, the Cimarron, Indian Nation turnpikes for access locations. A little over a year ago, I stood in this room and talked about, in an interim study, about access points on the Indian Nation Turnpike. We heard the concerns during that meeting, recognized the concerns during that meeting, and those access points have been included in the access program. And then the last bold bullet point at the bottom is provide an alternative route for I-35 and I-44 congestion on the south side of Oklahoma City. That's where I'm going to try to stay for the rest of the day. Still looking back a little bit at previous bond programs to give examples, but that's where I'm going to try to stay to talk about. And the reasons for it being the significant population growth, the travel time reliability that is an issue for folks coming from the south into Oklahoma City in the morning and trying to go home in the evening, and that is beginning to happen the opposite in the mornings and evenings, because traffic is coming from the south and going north in the evenings now. And that's a representation of the amount of traffic growth and population growth in that area. We're also going to talk about accident data and the safety improvements that ODOT plans to make and that OTA has. So one of the first questions that was, and really all the questions led back to, how do you choose a route, and how did you pick a route, and why this route? So a lot of what I'm going to talk about today is around that question. Very first and foremost, before the Turnpike Authority can take a look at building any roadway, and that is the 11 turnpikes that currently exist, and the Gilcrease that is currently being constructed, the portion that we're building in Tulsa. Before any of those can be talked about, looked at, or a study done by the Turnpike Authority, they have to be authorized in statute. And where you find that is 69-1705E. There are 35 numerical numbers of statute that relate to everything from desired interchanges, some of which have been built, some of which will be built as part of this program, as well as very broadly defined. Some are very broadly defined routes. Some are more defined. After that route is in legislation, is in our statutory authorization, we must take it to our Turnpike Authority Board for some form of notification, because in the coming months at future public meetings for the board, we're going to have items that they're going to need to approve. And if you go back and look at December 7th of last year, that's when that notification was given to our Turnpike Authority Board that we were looking at all the things that I just described on the previous slide, only in more detail. And our board all had comments, most had comments that this sounds good. We're excited about the next thing that OTA is going to look at. Specifically excited about the things that were extremely well defined in the existing routes and the reinvestment into the Turner Turnpike, the John Kilpatrick and the Will Rogers, as well as the new access points. So from that day, we began really getting to work on some alignment development. We hired a program manager to assist us with that. The Turnpike Authority does not have a lot of staff. We don't have a lot of depth on our bench. So to add to that, we hire consultants and to help perform some of that work. So between then and February, we did some amount of alignment development. That is ongoing right now. We are currently working to further define and better define those alignments to provide certainty to the landowners that are affected. And I'll talk about that a little bit too. In the right-of-way acquisition process, ongoing right now, there are environmental studies that are taking place. Some are desktop studies, which happen pretty fast. Some take months or years. And so we're working right now to perform some of those environmental studies and do some of the impact analysis, some of which is positive, some that is negative. And there are positive things to when you look broad scope at building a new road. So that the route has to be evaluated, and there's lots of evaluation that is going on right now and has gone on in the past. There'll be some coordination, and then I'll talk a little bit about anticipated schedule at the end. All of this information is available on our website that is posted there. So again, this is an old slide that I keep around, and it's been updated. It talks about the lane miles of the Turnpike, the number of bridges, a few interesting facts about OTA, but basically that the reason I kept it is for that far right block that has the legislatively authorized routes. That's all we can work on. That we receive no state appropriations, that we're completely self-funded through the tolls. You do not pay taxes that go to the Turnpike, that you're not paying for the road twice. It's only once, and that's only if you drive on it on a toll road. We're audited annually, as the state auditor Bird just said a few minutes ago, by a top 5 national firm in the form of a financial audit. The OTA, the executive director and staff serve a 6-member governor-appointed board that is confirmed by the Senate. And we are rated annually and for any bond sales by 3 rating agencies, and we're rated AA-, which is the highest rating, I believe, of turnpike authorities in our nation. So I took a couple, copied this straight off of Justicia law, and this is 69-1705E. This was just the first 6 lines. I didn't want to put a ton of, all 35 lines would be turned into a lot of slides. I didn't want to read a bunch of them. But I wanted to show, what it is that we work off of, and one of them, and specifically if you're familiar with the Indian Nation Turnpike, which is the one I grew up, when you talked about the Turnpike Authority, to me, as a kid growing up in Oklahoma from McAllister, the Indian Nation Turnpike was the one that I related to, because it took me to Tulsa, and it was how we got to Oklahoma City to see family. I didn't drive the rest of them on the network routinely, so I like to hover on that one. But the Indian Nation Turnpike is described as the eastern turnpike between Tulsa and Paris, including all or any part thereof between McAllister and the Red River south of Hugo. The Turnpike Authority did not build a turnpike from Tulsa to Paris. First off, Paris is in Texas, so we're not going to build a toll road into Texas, but ODOT, the Department of Highways at that time, built, built state high, or US 75 from Tulsa down to Henrietta, and OTA picked up that bill from Henrietta through the hills, down past McAllister. Does not describe whether to go on the west side or east side of McAllister, or even come close to McAllister, really. But did tell us that they were trying to get a connection. The legislature told us they were trying to get a connection, a good connection between Tulsa and Paris. And OTA and ODOT worked together to get that done in the form of a state highway, US highway, and turnpike network. Some of the statutes are better defined. Specifically, the loops are have a little bit more detail to them, and the interchanges that were added in later lines of statute have a little bit more detail to them. We've added a really good link for anybody who's interested. This is on accessoklahoma.com. There is a timeline tab at the top that you can scroll. It actually scrolls left to right. Each of these tabs that's being shown on this slide, this is just a screenshot of the website, but if you click on any of these tabs, like the one that says 1987, it has a link to the legislation that was passed to add the outer loop around Oklahoma City. This goes all the way back to 1947 is where it starts, when the Turnpike Authority was initially created, and it goes up to present day. We have a lot more documents as you get closer to present day that we were able to find. But some of these are really neat and historical, and I would encourage anybody who wants to read official documents that they're in here. As we receive open records requests that are asking for more things, we've been adding more to the our timeline. So if you ask for something, we try to get it uploaded online, and then point people there, the public and anybody looking for it, to this one-stop shop. So in discussing the need for the routes, one of the things that is talked about heavily is the traffic that's on I-35. This graph is very recently updated. The farthest right point on the graph is from 2021. It is the final numbers. Takes ODOT a few months to finalize the numbers. And what you see on this is a growth rate somewhere between 2 and 4%, depending on the segment. And the very top, thank you. The very top, the highest traffic volume line is where I-35 and I-40 connect. The different colors that are shown, I know this is probably easier to see on the handouts that you have, but the different colors that are shown are intersections and segments that are both north and south of I-40, and traffic volumes obviously drop as you get further from I-35, further from an interstate connection. But basically they range between 60,000 on the bottom end to about 140, 145,000 on the high end. So this is traffic volumes basically between Purcell and I-40, and this actually goes on I-35 on up north to Hefner Road, but those are fit within this bracket. So what I want to point out is that if you have 100, the average of these lines on this chart is 100,000 vehicles. And this helps me to do the math in front of a bunch of people. But the average that's on this chart is about 100,000 vehicles a day. So it's 140 around I-40, drops down to 60 on the south end, but that average is 100,000 a day. Okay. It's growing somewhere between 2 and 4%, meaning that this year it's going to carry 2,000 to 4,000 more cars every day than it did last year. That's averaging in Sundays when traffic volumes are historically less, and that's averaging in Fridays when traffic volumes are historically significantly higher on Fridays. And what that tells you is that if you want to keep traffic the way it is, you have to do something with 2,000 to 4,000 cars this year, and then 2,000 to 4,000 cars next year, and then 2,000 to 4,000 cars the following year. It just continues to grow like that, but significant traffic growth. And that is being driven by the population increase. And if you look at I've got the Onyx hunt map that allows me to look around Oklahoma to see property ownership. That's just kind of handy. If you look at vacant land on the south side of Oklahoma City. As you get between Moore and Norman, as you get around Norman, as you get to Goldsby, a lot of that vacant land has been platted, and it's being shown as little bitty 1 acre, quarter acre, half acre lots that are being shown in areas that right now people are feeding cattle and cutting hay. And every one of those plats, as the municipalities approve those, they are approving those plats to have a 2-car garage. Nobody's approving a plat and saying, don't build garages. So every one of those houses that's being built is adding another vehicle, and those vehicles have to have somewhere to go. Not all of them, obviously, are going to go to Oklahoma City every morning and evening, or morning or evening, but a lot of them will, and so that's something that we're paying attention to. The population growth on the south side is growing not linearly, it's growing exponentially, and the census data shows that. Talk about old traffic projections, and this is a traffic map, and I won't spend a lot of time on it. It's available on that timeline. You can find it in the 2006 major investment study that's posted there. But along I-44 and I-35, there are labels on here that was a 2020 look ahead, so a 14-year look ahead at what traffic volumes were going to be. And I won't belabor this slide because they've been retabulated on this graph. And what you see is from just south of I-40 down to, on I-35, down to Maine and Robinson, we correlated the 2020 traffic that was projected from 2006 to the current traffic being shown on ODOT's maps, that is on their GIS maps for 2021 that was just updated. And what you see is that in 2006, just south of I-40, the prediction was that there'd be 111,000 vehicles a day south of I-40. And that right now, or last year in 2021, the average was 141,000. COVID, and the COVID year of 2020, really had a significant impact to traffic in Oklahoma. We were less impacted than other states because we carry so much freight and we carry so much thoroughfare traffic just trying to get across the country, whether they're using I-35, I-40, or I-44. So we still, we recovered faster than a lot of other states in the traffic, on the traffic side. But we know that in 2021, that those numbers average for the year, the first part of 2021 was a lot different than the end of 2021. In January 2021, almost nobody, I don't remember exactly when the vaccine came out, but almost nobody had been vaccinated. And by the end of 2021, if you wanted one, you'd had one. And that changed people going back to work and the travel patterns in Oklahoma. So this average that's being shown up here for the ADT for 2021 is going to be conservative, is the point I'm trying to make. So just want to show that down there, second one from the bottom on the I-35 route is just north of Indian Hills. The prediction was that it'd be 129,000 vehicles a day, and in the 2021 map, it's only 107, so a little bit behind. Not all of them are behind. Some of them are well ahead. Some of them are a little bit behind the projections that were made 15 years prior. Those projections were before we knew there was going to be a pandemic, right? So. Also included on this are I-44 and I-40 that were included in that 2006 published study, just showing that if nothing was built, the traffic increases that were projected for I-44 and I-40 as well. You'll notice that I-44 has had a significant traffic increase and is higher than all the predictions were for 2020. So what does that relate to? And this, the charts, these 4 lines shown across here, the fine squiggly line is a map of I-35, and it's labeled, and I think you'll be able to read it on your papers, but it's labeled from Purcell, Norman, Moore, up to Oklahoma City, or up to I-40. And what it shows is that based on the traffic data that was available at the time that this was shown, that in 2020, you're being shown a green, yellow, orange, and red. And green is free flow traffic, meaning you never have to touch the brake, you don't have to change lanes very often to get around somebody, and it's a free flow of traffic. Yellow means that once in a while you're getting stopped and having to touch the brake and get around somebody. Orange means that you're applying the brakes routinely, especially if there's enough congestion to back up traffic in the event there's an accident. And red is obviously a prediction of stop traffic, and those, I believe, are around the I-240 interchange and the I-40 interchange on the far north end in that 2020 chart. Projecting that traffic ahead, and again, this is 2020 numbers, 2020 projected numbers, and we use that to, EST used that to project ahead in 10-year jumps, using traffic growth numbers that were off of, that are real numbers off of ODOT's GIS website, says that if you don't do anything, within 30 years, you'll be in congestion from the time you cross the South Canadian until you cross the North Canadian. And then south of the South Canadian, it's not much better. And that basically when you get up around Purcell, and this map doesn't go much further south than that, but once you get to Purcell, you'll be in stop and go traffic for a significant portion of the day. And anybody who lives or who drives routinely from the south side up to Oklahoma City, when traffic gets like that, which it does happen today when there's an accident or some kind of traffic issue, you jump off of the interstate and take a different road. And this doesn't represent the amount of traffic that would be on Sooner or Western or one of the other north-south thoroughfares where traffic would go to try to avoid interstate congestion. So just wanted to mention that this only captures the interstate, does not capture necessarily all the traffic that's on the side streets that this would cause. So let's talk about accident data. The two charts that are on the left are I-35, the two charts that are on the right are I-44. The top orange chart is a number of serious injury and collisions between Purcell and I-40, and then the I-40 for I-35, and on I-44 is between Tri-City and I-40. And what you notice is that the severity of the crashes is going down, which is a good thing, that the severity of crashes is going down. A lot of factors attribute to that. Vehicles that hit the brakes for you, some form of sensors that are going into vehicles now that are helping with that. But what it tells me, and if you look at the charts that are on the bottom that show the number of actual accidents, in 2019 on I-35 between Purcell and I-40, I believe that number is 1,827 reported accidents. So those are accidents where a police report was filed. Those don't include accidents that happen between two drivers where they hop out of the vehicle, say, I'm sorry, I ran into you, and they exchange insurance information and go on. We don't have any record of those. These are the ones that we have record for. 1,827 in 2019. Now the number of accidents went down in 2020, obviously because of the traffic volumes that went down and less congestion. So relating the traffic volume increase to the significant lowering in severity of crashes is because they're crashing at lower speeds. The accidents that are happening are becoming fender benders, somebody didn't stop in time. The information, the top 5 reasons, or the top 3 reasons that I remember was inattentive driving, following too close, and traveling too fast. I think were the 3 top reasons for those accidents. And so those two charts are basically showing that as congestion goes up, the severity of the accident goes down, but we're also seeing that the number of accidents is continuing to go up. 1,827 a year. If my math's right, that's around 5 a day. There is no 30-mile segment of the Turnpike that we could stand that could have 5 accidents a day. There's no other location in Oklahoma that has this many accidents predicted in a day. The actual accident data, where you look at this day by day, there are days that there are 11 or 12 accidents in one day between Purcell and I-40. The significance of that is that almost every one of those accidents involves 2 vehicles. So not 1,827 people were affected. It's some multiplication of that. Maybe not double, but lots of families that are involved in accidents. I was at I was speaking in the community on the south side the other day, and I asked if anybody in the room knew somebody who'd been in an accident, or knew somebody who'd been in an accident on I-35, and almost everybody raised their hand, and the ones that didn't had just moved there. So it's really a big problem. It's a problem for ODOT that there is not a good solution to, other than providing an alternative for this traffic that they may or may not use, but at least they'll have the option to. And that's something that the OTA tries to provide. This graphic is pulled from an ODOT report on their top 5% of bottleneck locations. You'll notice that down at Durant there's a bottleneck, but there are significant ones that occur in some of the large communities like Muskogee, where US 69 goes through Muskogee, around Tulsa, and a lot around Oklahoma City. Focusing on Oklahoma City here, so here's a blow up of a bigger image of the Oklahoma City metropolitan area. And something that I find to be a little bit interesting about this map is that on the north side, around the John Kilpatrick, between Edmond and Oklahoma City, you don't have nearly the bottlenecks that you do that I-35 shows on the south side. And really those bottlenecks don't really show up until you get inside the Turnpike loop around Oklahoma City. Specifically looking at I-40 coming in from El Reno or Yukon, the bottleneck doesn't start until you get past the John Kilpatrick. I find that interesting because what I think it provides is when there is a bottleneck on I-40, traffic is able to jump onto the John Kilpatrick if they choose, and seek a different way to get into Oklahoma City if that's what they're trying to do. So a quick look back at an example, and this is something that I talk about a lot, and I haven't had a graphic to show. When the OTA, when we first, I wasn't at the OTA when this very first came out, so that's the reason I started it like that, but I was at ODOT at that time. But when the OTA first announced Driving Forward in early 2016, the map that's on the left was the very first thing they showed. They said, we're going to build a route between I-44 on the north end and I-40 on the south end, so between the Turner and I-40. And we think it's going to fit somewhere in this block that's not shaded. So it's about 3 miles wide on the north end, about 3 or 4 miles wide on the south end, and it's 2 miles wide between the cities of Hara and Choctaw. And this map included thousands and thousands of homes. I don't know an exact number, but it was a lot. Because there was no certainty provided to the people who lived inside that non-shaded area. OTA was pretty quick to redefine what that shaded area looked like, and that graph that's shown on the right is still the same graph that's shown on the left, but it actually overlays where the Kickapoo Turnpike was built. And one thing you'll notice is that OTA, we got outside of that shaded area, and that's because we hadn't done enough homework to identify some of the issues that we were going to get into around the Oklahoma River, the North Canadian River there at just northwest of Hara. And I show this because if we put a map out in December of this last year, it would have had to look something like this one on the left. And that's the wrong thing to do, to worry thousands and thousands of people. And I understand that, and I feel bad for the folks that are currently shown under the shaded area in Cleveland County. But we needed to narrow that up. So between December and our February board meeting, we narrowed that to what is currently being shown on the Access Oklahoma website, which is 1,200 feet wide. Significantly reducing the number of people that were going to be caused some anxiety. And I'll still say today what I said 7 or 8 months ago, which is that we still believe that 95% of the time we're going to stay within that 1,200 foot area. And we're trying to squeeze it everywhere that we can to take as little property to have the smallest footprint and to have the least impact and avoid the most number of properties, but really on the has the most number of homes. That's what we're trying to do. So route determination. Understanding that I-35 down by Purcell kicks back to the west as you go north, and trying to provide the shortest route between Purcell and the Kickapoo, and between I-35 and the Kickapoo, and the least impactful. And understanding that we're going to build the, assuming that we're going to build the loop, the section along Indian Hills Road. The first question, and Representative, you asked, describe the significance of going east of the lake versus west of the lake. And we looked at east of the lake. And it's 12.5 miles further, adds 12.5 more miles of impact. That's about 600, roughly, assuming 400 feet wide, 500 feet wide. It's going to be around 600 additional acres of property that the Turnpike would have to get. 12.5 more miles of build, and it would not serve the population, the dense population that occurs closer to I-35 and Norman on the west side of the lake. So it was significantly more impactful, significantly more expensive, and to be on the east side versus the west side of the lake. So zooming in just a little bit on that south extension, we looked at several routes on the west side of the lake. One that was about a half mile, these are screenshots taken from accessoklahoma.com, so this is nothing that's not available on an interactive map. But we looked at an alignment that was closer to the lake, north of State Highway 9. What happens when you get closer to the lake is you're significantly more impactful to the environment, the wetlands, the floodplain, and the waterways that make up Lake Thunderbird. We looked at west of this alignment. We've looked at a half mile, a mile, 3/4 of a mile, and 2 miles west. Every one of those, understanding that this, I think where people get hung up, and I want to hit on this pretty hard. I think where people get hung up is in this shaded area that's just a study area. We don't need 1,200 feet wide all the way through here. We're closer to, on average, around 400 feet. Something less than 600 in most cases, unless there's some big cut, some fill, or an interchange, right? And if you take and you think you're going to be 400 or 500 feet wide, and you move that line around on this map, you are more impactful to homes if you go west. And I know that that's hard to look at, because I think what people have done is they take this 1,200 foot wide line and they move it a mile west, and they go, well, this isn't 800, this is 600 homes. Well, I said in the interim study a month ago, all of the south, so the south extension, the east-west connector, and the Tri-City connector, my prediction on the number of homes is somewhere between 200 to 250 homes. One is tough. I don't want to take anybody's house. I'd rather be in vacant land, and we tried to find that on these maps. We tried to find large property owners that owned a long and tall 80 acres or something that we could get on, if at all possible. Affect one house instead of a neighborhood or something that was on the other side of the road or a half mile away. So we looked at multiple ones. This all was looked at between December and the announcement and publishing of this website in February. Okay. Another thing that we looked at was state-owned property. And this is just a quick poll of the commissioners of land and the CLO property. And we looked at, is there any location here where there's some big tract of already state-owned land where I can get the highway to that and not be as impactful to private property owners. So we looked at this map. There are a couple locations that were crossing some CLO land, I believe. We looked at federally owned land as well. I don't have a slide for that, to see if we could be less impactful. But it kind of leads me into the environmental process that is ongoing. we have, and how that process works. So again, we don't have staff to do environmental assessments, environmental looks. We don't staff for that. ODOT does have some, but they're busy taking care of ODOT projects, and they consult out some. So we hire consultants. We rely on ODOT for some of the expertise to review some of the studies that are being performed. And we work with all of these jurisdictional entities to, in their respective areas of their areas of jurisdiction, on permitting, they will help us with some of the design. Some of the information that we'll gather from the entities that are shown up here will shape the alignments. So when somebody says, why don't you have the alignment nailed down yet? Well, we're still working through that in a lot of cases with these entities. So the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, we work with them on stream and wetland determination and then the delineation. We'll work with DEQ for stormwater permits and work in the floodplain. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, any of the endangered species. And then also the State Historical Preservation Office for cultural resources. And then we'll also perform noise studies that are done by both consultants and reviewed by ODOT as well through our process of design. And a lot of this information is elaborated on. There's actually a podcast that was done by one of our consultants that really elaborates better than I can on the environmental process that OTA must undergo. So along those lines, a question that I get routinely is that why are we hugging east of I-35? Why are we hugged up so closely to Indian Hills Road? And we looked at multiple options there. If you go north of Indian Hills Road on the east side of I-35, the city of Moore has really developed that. It's already developed. There are houses, lots of businesses, golf courses, all kinds of things. And so to be less impactful, we needed to be on the south side of Indian Hills Road. We looked at two different alignments that were south of Indian Hills Road. One that was about a half mile south. So basically splitting the section line. The benefits to splitting a section line typically are that you only impact, most homes front the nearest thoroughfare street, so you impact less homes if you're in the middle of a section. So we looked at that. But as you can see, you get into the floodplain. This is the FEMA flood map that's been overlaid over a satellite image of Little River and its tributaries. So if you get a half mile south, you're either on a massive bridge or you're impacting wetlands significantly. So to be less impactful, we looked at what's a quarter mile north, what's splitting that difference. And basically, if you do that, if you want frontage roads, if City, Norman, Moore, Cleveland County are interested in frontage roads on each side, and you move a quarter mile north, now those frontage roads are in that floodplain. And the ability to have access to that the eastbound, so the south side service road, the ability to have access to that, or to build a house or to do anything, you're going to be in a flood zone. So we didn't think that was best. So we moved it up to the least impactful and most developable area that I think that we could be. And that is to use the existing Indian Hills Road as a westbound frontage road. Build a new turnpike just south of that, which will be a 4-lane divided facility. And then on the south side of that, make an eastbound frontage road. So there's one-way frontage on each side. If you want an example of what that looks like, that's like Memorial Road and the John Kilpatrick up on here on the north side of the city. So I wanted to show that. We did try to look, it's less impactful to homes if we could be off of Indian Hills Road. We really just couldn't be because of the environmental impacts to Little River and the Little River floodplain. So for further route approval that was done, we talked earlier about statutory authorization. And then staff examination, which is something that I led at the Turnpike Authority. Prior to notifying the board, which happened in December, we began to bring forward some items for the Turnpike Authority to approve, which started in January and in February. The routes had to be approved by the board, which I believe happened in June. And subsequently, the Transportation Commission, I believe, approved those the following month, I think in July. That had to be done in order for us to move to the Oklahoma Supreme Court for validation of the bonds and to make sure that the routes are a part of that. Also, any route numbering, people ask where the numbers come from that are on highways. Those were assigned by, those were developed and assigned by ODOT and then presented for the Transportation Commission for approval. We've got to get in front of, and we have gotten in front of council bond oversight a couple times to provide provisional and final approval of the bond issuance. The routes are being approved at the Oklahoma Supreme Court. That is in process right now. OTA must also be in receipt of credit ratings on the bond issue before they are marketed, priced, and sold. So still kind of hanging around the, that's all the processes that are still going on. I wanted to touch this briefly. This is the John Kilpatrick extension that was just finished and wrapped up, and a ribbon was cut on it in January of 2020. And, is that right? January 21? Yes, January 2020. And I wanted to show an example of a screen wall. So this is a property owner. This property owner owned property on both sides of the Turnpike, I believe, as a developer. As part of the negotiations with that developer, he asked for a screen wall. So as part of the negotiations, we constructed that screen wall, and the other desire of that developer was that that screen wall be built prior to construction. This is not a location that noise wall was warranted, specifically because there weren't any houses there at the time. No houses existed, so there were no receptors for us to analyze for. And because as you can see, the Turnpike is elevated slightly, so the noise travels over that wall. And not to say that this screen wall doesn't assist with noise in some way, but I just wanted to show an example of a location where in a new alignment, a screen wall was built. This is a location near, just west of Hefner Parkway near MacArthur on the John Kilpatrick, where as part of the widening projects that were done about 10 years ago, sound wall, screen wall was built. You'll notice that the Turnpike is depressed in this location, and so that wall does provide some benefit in that location. I also wanted to show a green screen example. So this is at the Sepulpa exit. This is an image from actually off of Google Earth, but it's a couple years old, where we partnered with Up With Trees in Tulsa to plant, we relocated a tree farm that they had within OTA and ODOT right-of-way, and we planted, I believe it's more than 300 trees here. We planted a variety of evergreen trees, and the purpose and the desire for that is that it provide a natural screen and some noise suppression for the home and community that's behind those the more mature trees that are on that image. So I want to get into property acquisition. One thing I forgot to mention back in environmental, and that's the reason I brought notes, is that we've also met with and begun working with the Bureau of Reclamation in and around the Lake Thunderbird area as well. So on the property acquisition, I again showed a link. This is on Access Oklahoma. This is the property acquisition tab, and that blue section on there that says right away is actually a video that anybody that would be that is worried about it, or if you're reached out to at some point by OTA and you want to kind of get an idea of what's going on. This is a step-by-step process shown on the in this video that's on here. You can also write into us at info@accessoklahoma.com or call the phone number that's listed, which is 1-844-562-2237. and request to speak with somebody about it, and we will make sure and get the right person that knows about your specific case to visit with you. But basically that process is that first we have to identify the property owners that are affected. The OTA, as of today, has not reached out to any property owner for any acquisition of any of the new routes on the south side of Oklahoma City. We do have some property acquisition that is ongoing on the Turnpike that has been ongoing east of Bristow as part of the, as a wrap up to the Driving Forward program and as, in anticipation of widening the rest of the Turner. So that's going on, but on the south side we have not notified or reached out to any property owner. We have sent some letters out to provide an update. We understand and have been a little bit criticized by putting everything on a very transparent website, but not everybody gets on the website. So we've tried to condense some of that pertinent information and send it out in the mail to some folks, but not, that is in no way notification, and it says that, notification that we desire to purchase any property. The other letter that has gone out in the area of the east-west connector has been around the survey work that's ongoing, and we needed access to some property to perform some topographical survey, and so that's been happening a little bit as well. But that letter also specifically said we are not, by this letter, telling you that you're impacted. Sometimes we just need to have survey for that corridor to help us identify the location of the route. So the way that works is we'll notify a property owner once we are far enough into the design to do that. We will reach out to a certified general appraiser and have them appraise the property. That appraiser and the property owner have the opportunity to meet and walk the property to identify anything that may not be something the appraiser is able to identify in his own walkthrough or by looking at it from the road or online. So that appraisal takes place. Then a review is done by a second certified general appraiser, and they're basically reviewing it to make sure it's complete and make sure that we're going to have multiple appraisers doing appraisals. So we'll have one second reviewer that basically makes sure it's and establishes consistency for those appraisals. Then we'll make an offer based on that appraisal, and then we'll negotiate in good faith. I think that's really key, and it's the reason that's bolded and underlined is that the OTA negotiates in good faith with all property owners. The property owner has the right to seek their own appraisal. The property owner has the right to respond with a different number. And at some point, we hope to work toward a settlement with that property owner that goes to a closing, no different than a closing that you would have if you were purchasing property from somebody else. We go through a closing company and close, and then those files are filed in the courthouse, no different than they would be if you or I were purchasing property from each other in whatever county that is. So that's not just for Cleveland County, but for McLean or any county along any of the other routes. OTA follows all Oklahoma laws and regulations regarding the acquisition of right-of-way, including when acquisition by eminent domain is required, and only after unsuccessful negotiation, or in some cases where there's a cloudy title, meaning we can't establish the owner of the property exists, does the OTA go through the eminent domain process. And to elaborate a little bit, well, I guess it's on the next slide. So how that process works, when we do have to exercise that, a judge assigns 3 commissioners to determine the fair market value of the property. The OTA then has to deposit that money with the court, and that's called the commissioner's award, and that's what we deposited at the court. And then the property owner, and this one's important, the property owner may collect the commissioner's award from the court. We had some instances that happened on the Kickapoo Turnpike where property owners did not realize they were able to collect that money from the court. We were working through their attorney, and they were not aware that the money was on deposit at the court. we make the deposit, and they were not aware that was there, so I wanted to make sure and highlight that for anybody that is dealing with whether it's OTA or the state or a municipality in a eminent domain case. Once that commissioner award comes out, and once whatever the entity is deposits that, you can go get it. The commissioner's award may be appealed by either party. So if it's if the OTA or any other government agency or entity decides that the commissioner award is wrong, then they can file an appeal, but the property owner can too, and that's we have had that happen. So people ask and say, well, we're just going to come in and use eminent domain on all these properties, and you need to look at recent history. So I don't want to talk about a hypothetical. I don't know what the number is going to be for the south side, but I'll tell you how we did and how well we did in our recent bond program. So for the Kickapoo Turnpike, there were 375 parcels that were required. Some of those were total takes, some of them were smaller than total takes, some of them were bigger in total takes. Of those 375, 365 of them were negotiated, settled, or mediated, meaning they never made it to some kind of trial. And that's really where the eminent domain process heads, is to a trial at some point after appeal. The Southwest John Kilpatrick, 83 parcels were required, 78 negotiated, settled, or mediated. Turner Widening near Bristow, 323 parcels required, 307 negotiated, settled, or mediated. And this excludes the ones, some of them did have to go through the process, but they were due to that cloudy title issue. It was not due to an unsettled dispute of the value. So that last bullet point that's on that slide says that approximately 6% of the recent right-of-way acquisition, recent being in the last 6 years for OTA, about 6% has resulted in an unsettled dispute of value. That is better than you will find the average to be just about anywhere else, and that is because I live here too, and we all do that are working on this. We have no desire to go be big government and treat somebody wrong. We just don't want to do that, and so we are empathetic to the people that are affected, and we try to take care of them. Some of the cases, let me go to this next slide. Let me talk on this for just a second. Some of the cases, involve moving. I'm a hobby farmer, but I moved a few years ago, and it was a humongous pain. And the OTA pays for that move. I had, it took me 27 trips pulling trailers to get all my stuff moved. And so I understand not wanting to move, and I understand the sacrifice that we're asking somebody to make for the better good of Oklahoma. And it's really the most serious thing that OTA does as a part of one of these programs, and it's the reason that our right-of-way chief, Todd Gore, who's here with me today, spends so much time and effort and focus on property acquisition, because we have to get that right. And so we pay moving expenses. There's an opportunity to sign an occupancy agreement with the OTA if you're not the last one, if we've got some others that we're trying to work through, if the construction is not coming soon, and this is multiple phases over multiple years, then we have occupancy agreements we sign with affected property owners where they get to stay occupying that property, whether that's in the house, if there is a house, or utilizing the farmland, or utilizing the property however it was utilized before, until the time comes that the Turnpike Authority really needs access to it or needs it. Utility relocation is usually the first thing that gets on property for us, relocating fences and then utilities, and that has to happen at least to some degree before construction. So there's been some talk about ad valorem tax, and so we put some numbers together utilizing data off the Oklahoma County Assessor's website for the Kickapoo. Again, there were 375 parcels that were required. This resulted in a $187,000 reduction in ad valorem per year. However, looking at each side of the Kickapoo Turnpike, the ad valorem went up about 5.6 million from 2016 to 2020, meaning the property values along the turnpike increased significantly, although the OTA did have did cause an initial reduction in that ad valorem per year. And I know that, when we first started purchasing property out there, I think that land was selling for in the $5,000 to $7,000 an acre for vacant land, and I know it's significantly higher than that. And they've gotten, there's been a hospital that's put in, a doctor's hospital, and a hotel that have gone in there along 23rd Street, just off the Kickapoo. So I know there's some changes that the Kickapoo has no doubt been a cause to. One of the other questions that was asked is why not ODOT build this project? And I can't, and I won't speak specifically for ODOT. However, I did work there for 15 years prior to coming to work for the Turnpike Authority. The OTA does not receive any state appropriations. Approximately 40% of the revenue that pays for the tolls comes from out-of-state motorists, which is about $135 million last year. We attribute to out-of-state motorists that put money into Oklahoma's infrastructure needs. And about 38% of the revenue is provided by commercial carriers, and I'll show that, I think, on another graph here in just a few minutes. Some of this information is available in that, not real thick, but a copy of our operations report. We produce this monthly. As soon as it's reported, it's old information, right? The next month is going to be the new information. But I brought you one that's hot off the press, and we sent one over that should be a part of your packet that has a lot of information that really just looks at the month of September for the Turnpike Authority, how our operations are going for that month. And it does have some accumulative numbers that are accumulated through the year, so, and compared to last year, so that's available to you, where some of this information is. So 38% of the revenue comes from commercial carriers. A lot of those are cross-country, not necessarily from Oklahoma, but they are paying a toll here. If you think about a semi-truck that holds 100 or 200 gallons of diesel, that they can travel at 5 or 6 miles per gallon. If they fuel up in Texas or Kansas or Missouri, they can easily cross our state and not buy fuel here and not contribute a penny to the state of Oklahoma's infrastructure unless they get on a toll road where we charge them for the mile that they drive. And we charge them accurately, so it's user-based and charged based on the miles that they travel. A very good graph that shows where the Turnpike Authority's sources of revenue come from. You'll notice that this is projected for this year. The slide actually was produced last year, at the end of last year, and it was our piece of what our budgeted predictions were for this year. But we predicted $353 million in toll revenue. The other significant portion of this pie on this chart is the orange section, which is the carryover maintenance reserve. And basically that's how much money we have in the bank account that we keep on hand just in case there's an emergency. We have the ability to go perform a project, suddenly traffic stops, whatever, we can still make a bond payment out of that carryover maintenance reserve. So that toll revenue is new money. We've also got a little bit of interest income from the investments that we have to make, as well as some miscellaneous revenue and concession revenue when you buy gas or any products from one of our fuel stations or eateries that are on the Turnpike network. They pay a lease, so that's captured there. Here are the uses of that. You'll notice that about $137 million was predicted to be for debt service, that we put a lot of money into asset preservation, so that's the mill and inlays, the bridge rehabs, the pavement redos, the interchange adds, anything that's done as part of our capital plan, our normal capital plan is captured in that asset preservation slide or piece of the pie, as well as any equipment replacements, things like that for the tolling, stuff works out. There's a toll operations that's on there. That number is decreasing annually now as we go to cashless. The amount of cost to staff toll booths obviously is going away, so that is reducing. We have routine road maintenance, so that's sand and salt, but also on there is a $17.7 million prediction for this year for the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. We fund the troops that work, the troopers, and their buildings that they operate out of, their vehicles, their equipment that they use, their retirement accounts. We fund all of that work on the Turnpike network. And for good reason. It shouldn't be a burden on the taxpayer to pay for additional troopers. Now, the taxpayer gets a benefit in that none of the troopers live on a turnpike. Their driveways aren't right out onto the road, so they're traveling to and from their hometown. And during that travel, they conduct business, whether that's pulling somebody over for doing something wrong or provide. And we encourage, we don't have to encourage, they do it, but we support and encourage them. If there is a call that's off in the county, off on a state highway, off on a county road or city, and they're close by, to respond to that. So a lot of times in the Oklahoma City area and in the rural areas that are around the turnpike, you see a trooper that's responded to an accident and it's not on a turnpike, it's usually a turnpike trooper that's there. And we support that 100%. That's a benefit to the state that OTA can provide. Here's a little average cost of tolls in Oklahoma. So the OTA is the green. We're somewhere around 5.5, 6 cents a mile on the average, using the toll tag, using the PIKE pass, or one of our interoperable tags. You'll notice the national average on this is about 21 cents. I would bet that if we reran and regathered this information, it's going to be higher than that now for the national average. But again, that's a good comparison, 21 cents versus the 6 or so cents that OTA sits at. And that we're about 65% or so below the national average for heavy trucks. A lot of tolling agencies, authorities, bridges, tunnels, charge a significant upcharge to semi-trucks because of the significant damage that they cause to their road, just in the added weight that a semi has. And these graphs, this one is available in that operations report, but what's shown on there is, in that very top pie chart, is our transactions by type. And what I wanted to capture here is that we're almost 80% of our transactions are coming in through a PIKE pass. That 4.4% that says IOP, I want to explain what IOP is. That's interoperability, so that's somebody with one of the Texas tags or a Kansas tag, a KTA tag, K-tag, that is utilizing our network. So you can add those two together. That's the number of people who have some form of toll tag that we're picking up on our network, and that's the percentage of those transactions. You'll also see that about 6.8% of the transactions are plate pay. That is for the month of September, and that is going up every month as we slowly are converting more and more of our toll facilities to license plate tolling. Cash makes up about 9.1%, and again, that's going to drop through time. All the different facilities are listed across the bottom. You'll notice that the ones that have already flipped over to cashless are being shown as all green and all some shade of green and orange, while the ones that still have cash are in some form of blue. And I'm here to tell you that hopefully the first quarter of 2024, there is no more blue on this map. We're trying to get them all converted. Major safety upgrade for our travelers, not just the cash travelers, but the PIKE pass travelers that are having to deal with people who forget that they needed to pay a toll and cut across the lanes. I think we've all seen that at some point. We got to fix that. We have about 3.1 million transponders that PIKE pass actually has issued on over 1 million accounts. A few months ago, we went over 1 million active accounts. I wanted to compare and talk. I know I'm running a little bit out of time, so I'm going to. Okay, thank you, sir. Good, I can slow down for just catch my breath. It's getting really fast. Okay, so one of the questions that we get is, why not just OTA charge more in your toll, don't sell bonds, and just do these projects out of cash? And the reality there is that the interest rate that we're able to get on a bond is significantly lower than the inflation rate and the increased cost to construct. So you can save up cash, charge everybody a lot more today, and in 10 or 15 years we can start building something, or you go ahead and build it, and then let that pay off over time. And what this chart that's up here shows is a present value of bond payments on $500 million is a savings of almost $45 million. So to take out a bond and do it versus a cash payout today. And that assumed a present value discount rate at 4.35% and assumed a bond rate at 3.25%. Now the bond rates have gone up, as you may be aware, in recent months. It won't always be like that. They're going to fluctuate. We're going to try to take advantage of bond rates when they're low. And we've done some refundings to do that in the past. Oh, that was perfect. This is a chart of refundings that the OTA has done. We do not do refundings and resell bonds to pay off, to make bond payments. We do refundings to save money. So basically we had a loan, had a bond, it's basically a loan, at a high interest rate that was taken out in the 80s or 90s. Then you get to the 2000s and the interest rates were significantly lower. And so the OTA began, at least in this series, shows bond refundings that happened, and then that shows a net present value of savings that were made by refunding those bonds. So if we had a 30-year, I want to give this example, if we had a 30-year bond that was taken out in 1990, and in 2000, so 10 years later, we go, we want to refund that because the interest rate's gone from something high to something low, it's lower. We do a refunding in 2000, but we don't extend the term of that bond, of the initial bond. So if it was 30 years and supposed to be paid off in 2020 in that example, then the ones that we would do in 2000 would have been a 20-year bond. That net present value of savings includes all the fees that are associated there are fees associated with selling bonds. You have to market them, you have to hire an underwriter, there are multiple fees. That takes into account all of the fees associated with that. So the only time we do refundings is to save a ton of money, and that has accumulated a lot of more than $100 million in savings to the OTA. That money is then a reduction in our payments. That money is then put out on the road. We're not putting it anywhere else. That adds to the capital improvement plan, and Darren Butler, our Director of Engineering, is always eager to get those numbers, whatever the future amount of money is going to be, so we can plan. We have a 5-year capital plan, a little bit different than the 8-year construction work plan, a little shorter time frame, but that's where we do all the mill and inlays, and that's where we take really good care of our network and keep it in good or fair condition, and we've got a lot of work still to do out there. This is just another chart that comes out of that operations report. This has this is slide 40. I'll get close, because I think it goes to 46. But this just shows the revenues that were gained over the last 3 years. And so you'll see months that are shown on there that show what the revenue was in 2020. You'll notice that in April of 2020, the blue bar chart shows what the month of April did when the economy and when the country was really shut down, and we got pretty nervous during that time. But you'll notice that it bounced back pretty quick, back to June, and we've been on a trail of growth, increase since then, back on track, really with what our anticipation was prior to COVID at this point. Let's see. Next slide here. So these are actual versus anticipated transactions. So the CDM Smith ones are a prediction, and the actual transactions are the blue chart. And you'll see that there are months that it's under predicted and over predicted. Typically that happens when there's some weather event. I don't have the graph for 2021, but in 2021, when we went 2 weeks with sub-zero temperatures in Oklahoma, the revenues and the transactions were down significantly for that month. That was in February of 2021. This, again, for September is transactions by vehicle class. This just shows you or revenue by vehicle class, I'm sorry. But it shows you how two-axle vehicles, although they make up about 90% of our traffic, that the revenue is actually a bigger proportion of that is paid by the 3 to 6 axle vehicles. And you'll notice that the Will Rogers, the Turner, some of those carry a lot of truck traffic. And you may not see that all the time, and I'm going to tell you that's because you probably don't drive the Turner or the Will Rogers at night. But at night, if you're ever late getting home, and I've had a few of those nights here recently, driving the Turner late, where it is almost all truck traffic and me. I'm the only passenger vehicle out there, and so that's where you may not see all those trucks during the daytime, but it is solid trucks at night on the Will Rogers and the Turner specifically. Before I leave that, and again, the reason that I have notes, I know the question was really about ODOT, and I got off into why OTA does some of its funding and how they operate. One of the things I do want to touch on is that Oklahoma historically has low motor fuel tax. And part of the reason for that, there's a lot of reasons to it, but part of the reason for that is that in the 1940s and 50s, Oklahoma made the commitment to build some of its necessary new routes using toll revenue and selling bonds and letting the Turnpike Authority build those. But we have not built everything in statute. There are some lines in that statute that I don't think, at least in my career, hopefully the next 20 years of working on doing some form of work like this, that I don't think that some of those will be built. But I don't like to say never, because Oklahoma can grow. I think Oklahoma City is now the 20th largest city in our nation, and I think if you ask the mayor of Oklahoma City if he thought we were finished growing, he would say no, that we were going to continue to grow here in Oklahoma. And so I think that as population grows, the need for new routes and new roads and better access is going to continue. So some of the rural routes that I can't see in my career being necessary, that may have been anticipated 30 or 40 or 50, 60 years ago, could be necessary someday. ODOT is extremely successful in getting grants, federal grants. One of the most successful states in the country here, and their ability to get grants over the last, I think, 20 years, I think the number was something like $320 million that ODOT was able to get in grants. When you look at these new alignments using yesterday's construction dollars, and when I say yesterday, I really mean last year at this point, construction dollars, it's a $2.25 billion investment. So there are no grants that are offered by the federal government that ODOT's able to get. There is the opportunity for a TIFIA loan. That is only up to about a third of the cost, construction costs, so that doesn't get you close. And I don't think that there's a way for ODOT to take the funding that it does have away from other districts, away from other areas of the state, to make the investment that is necessary on the south side of Oklahoma City. ODOT and OTA have a very symbiotic relationship. A lot of my good friends work at ODOT, a lot of people that I see on the weekends, whether it's doing something outdoors or attending an event on the weekend, or that I see in the evenings at some of the dinners that we go to. They're all good friends of mine. We make decisions together, and we don't keep anything from each other. And the south routes are really a challenge that ODOT can't come up with a solution for. They're going to do operational improvements, which we'll be working on forever along I-35. But to be able to move that additional 2,000 to 4,000 vehicles a day for them is going to be tough, and there's no way to widen I-35 into the existing businesses and frontage that's through there. Okay, I think I've covered all of these things. The OTA cross-pledges its network, So the network was cross-pledged since 1954. We have to, when you pay a toll, no matter what toll road you're driving on in Oklahoma, on our cross-pledge network on the 11 existing turnpikes, we're able to take that money and make one bond, make the bond payment, and then reinvest back into that road as the engineers see fit and in conjunction with information that we get from ODOT. That was the end of that statement up until a few years ago, and that brings me to the Gilcrease Expressway West project. The OTA is the owner and operator of the new Gilcrease Expressway West project. It is nearing completion. It has 23 bridges. It's about 5 miles. Has starts with an interchange that was completely built from scratch on the south end at 51st Street, a new interchange at 41st, a new interchange at 21st, a new river crossing just 4 miles west of downtown Tulsa, an interchange with a very significant interchange with US 412 on the north side, and then the thought of a future connection in another section that would be built around north and east back to the LL Tisdale and what we're calling the Gilcrease West project, Northwest project. The Gilcrease project on the west side, the one we're currently building, the reason it's not a part of the rest of our cross-pledge network is that it had federal funds spent on it. So when we sell bonds and when we work on the 11 turnpikes that are currently open to traffic, those are state funds, and no federal funds have been spent on them. There's no requirement of federal oversight or federal audit on those. The Gilcrease is a little bit different. It already had federal funds spent on it before we were ever involved. OTA was introduced to that project, although it's been around since 1961. OTA was introduced to it by legislation that I think was passed in 2010, adding that the Turnpike Authority could build a toll road from on the south end I-44 and on the north and east end the LL Tisdale. It's a unique funding partnership, the ongoing project that we currently have. It was funded, right-of-way was purchased by the city of Tulsa. INCOG funded some Garvey bonds and made a commitment to pay some Garvey bonds that helped with additional right-of-way and utility relocation, and even funded the very beginning of construction. Tulsa County has had some pieces of right-of-way that needed to be, that were donated to the project for their contribution. ODOT has done projects in the past, and because of their stewardship with the federal dollar, they provided additional oversight for the project for OTA, which we are in debt to ODOT for, as well as a TIFIA loan, the first one that Oklahoma had done at the time with US DOT. That TIFIA loan is at 1.35%. It's about $120 million. That's rounded. It's a different number than that, but it's at 1.35% for 35 years. Now, if you can get a loan at 1.35% for 35 years, I think we would all try to get as much of it as we could, because you can't get an interest rate like that in any other market, and the increase in inflation and in cost to construct is significant. So that roadway, that TIFIA loan, I think we're going to draw on the loan here in a few weeks. And hopefully the commitment that was made at our board meeting earlier this week by the secretary is that we will have that 5-mile facility open by the end of November. So I'm committed to that because he is committed to that. But I wanted to highlight that project. I know it's a long way from what this study was directed to, but it's important to talk about it because it is unique to the Oklahoma Turnpike network, the rest of our network, specifically because of the federal funds and because it's on its own trust, because of that, as its own trust indenture. And with that, I'll leave on this, I'll do questions on this beautiful slide of a nighttime picture of the Turner Turnpike, the widened section up between Kellyville and Tulsa. This is what modern interstates should look like: safe, plenty of room to turn around, plenty of room to park in an emergency, and plenty of room for us to get traffic around it in an emergency. This is what the future, I think, of Oklahoma looks like, and this is what I'm committing that Access Oklahoma is going to do between Oklahoma City and Tulsa. happy to answer any questions. I'm sorry I went over on time.
Deputy Director, we thank you for the presentation. We appreciate you being here today, and thank you for your presentation. Members, we will open it up for questions at this time. Representative Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you were talking about an eminent domain and the judge appointed 3 commissioners, are these commissioners off of the OTA board, or who are the commissioners?
No, sir. Ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you for the question. No, they're not off the OTA board. They are typically realtors, appraisers that work in that area. It's usually agreed upon, the 3 commissioners, by OTA and whoever the person is that we're acquiring property from. They usually agree on who those 3 commissioners are and present that to the judge. If you look back at the Kickapoo most recently, we had a group of 6 or 7 different people who were involved in real estate, whether they're appraisers or realtors of some kind, and that's typically the makeup of the people that are appointed by the judge.
Okay,
We'll follow up. Go ahead.
thank you. When you said commissioners, I was like, well, that doesn't make sense to put the board members on there. All right. 3 disinterested parties.
3 disinterested parties.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Representative Stern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several, I'm going to break them up because I want to make sure I don't want to dominate all the questions by no means. This is no particular order. I'm kind of going back since we allowed you, and I think you did a great job as far as being very thorough, and I really appreciate that. And responding to the list of questions that were sent to you, there's still a few that we will be looking at, but again, appreciate that. First one I'm going to ask, so when you're talking about the auditing process, the internal auditing process, how do you determine which firm you're going to be using to do that audit?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll just stop doing that if that's okay.
Yes. So when they ask the question, you go right ahead.
Thank you. Just don't want to do anything wrong.
Yes, sir.
Representative, we select an auditor through, we send out for an RFI, an RFP process, just like we select consulting services. Typically we have 3 or 4 that apply for that, and then we select based off of that. Those contracts can be extended. Most recently we've selected BKD as our auditor that conducts the year-end audit for us.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. As far as the future, I mean, you obviously do a lot of studies ahead of time, knowing which route you're interested in pursuing. My question, I guess, is, I think I might know part of the answer, but please elaborate. Why can't people be informed that are in an area that they are, that OTA, ODOT, whoever, are going to be considering purchasing in the future in the path of a long-range turnpike?
Thank you for the question. So the question is, can we notify people that are going to be affected earlier?
Yes, as far as like, if you know 15, 20, 25 years from now, and I'm probably quite as clear as I need to be on my question. I'm looking at buying 20 acres here. It's in the path. It's 20 years down the road, but you know, this is where I want to die or whatever, spend the rest of my life. Is there a reason why they can't say this is potentially, I understand the words potentially be very important here, this could be potentially the path of a future turnpike?
Thank you for the question. So I understand what you're asking now. So there are lines in statute, and that was the reason for that slide, that show how broad that is. I want to say that I think that this is my personal opinion, is that we should be extremely transparent and provide information as far in advance as we can. When the outer loop and the south extension, when these toll roads were added in statute back in '87, I believe in '93, studies were done at that time. The need has never gone away in those locations. the reason for a long-range 15-year plan, and the Turnpike Authority, we could have done what was done in 2016 or 2015 and said, we're going to do another $1 billion worth of work, round numbers. And then waited, and then 5 or 6 years from then, announced another $1 billion worth of work, and continued to do that until the South Extension was built and conceived and announced to the public some number of years from now. But the challenge that was given to me by my boss was, we need to figure out, what does Oklahoma need? I don't want to attack this and peck at it just a little bit. We need to widen the turn. We need to do all these things. And here's this problem that ODOT has on the south side. Is there anything that OTA can do? Can OTA get their arms around it? Can they afford it? Is it affordable? Can we deliver it? You know, prior to the last bond program that OTA did, the last one was well under $1 billion. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's significantly less. And, you know, we're not growing. We're growing infrastructure. We're not growing OTA, but the expertise that we have there right now is great. I mean, we have the right people in the right jobs. As far as notifying, we can't notify the public before we notify our board. I can't hire a consultant. My signature authority, the secretary and executive director's signature authority at the OTA is $250,000. So anything $250,000 or more has to go in front of the board. I can't go to the board with a study and ask them to pay for a study without that. Now that's public. That you know, whatever the alignment is, that study in, whatever that thing is. And so I think it's a real challenge to notify people before I notify people. And I have to notify the board. I have to tell them what we're thinking. Because if our board in December had said, we're not interested in this, we think we have enough turnpikes in Oklahoma, well then that would have been the answer that I had, and I'd have looked at ODOT and said, I'm sorry I can't help you guys on the south side, and you know, we'd have brought the issue up again someday in the future maybe. But our board said, yeah, go take a look at it. That's what happened, and I realized people were caught off guard, and the secretary and I talk routinely about how we could announce this better than we did this time. And there are a lot of individual cases that we could do a little bit different, a little bit better job on. But the reality is we have to tell our board before we take something to them. And we've gone and put this website together that I envision that website to have so much information there. When there is a construction project that is planned, and we know a little bit more information than we have right now, you'll be able to click on that website and find out what the day is that the project is anticipated to go bid, who the contractor is after it's bid, when construction's supposed to start, when it's supposed to end, what our anticipated opening date is. I mean, I want to put all that stuff out there because we get a lot of questions. We've received thousands of questions, really, and I want to make it as public facing as I can. What I've noticed in getting on our website now is that we've uploaded so many documents, it's almost difficult to find what you're looking for. It's there, it's just hard to find. So we're working on those kind of things, but we have not notified anybody in the public that we intend to take any property. We've drawn some lines on a map. That Access Oklahoma map is no different than me rolling out a map in front of you and you doing a highlighter or colored pencil map on this table. And we're working on it in the background. And hopefully this next year we're able to give some certainty to the folks that are along that alignment. And only then when we have some certainty, will we reach out and notify somebody that they're actually affected. I would encourage anybody who's looking at buying 20 acres and building a house and you're on the south end to first off reach out to that phone number that I had earlier, or contact us online. Let us know and visit with one of our right-of-way people about that specific project or that specific piece of property. We have routinely had people call and we tell them, as we're getting a little bit more into the design, we're telling them, no, we're not going there at all. We're 150 yards past your fence, whatever the case is. So we're trying to answer those questions as that information comes available. I couldn't answer that 6 months ago or a year ago. I couldn't answer it 6 months ago, and only through a little bit of this engineering process that we're going through can we get better define and better answer those questions. A lot of those studies, a lot of the studies in that alignment, I didn't talk about it, but have to do with no-go areas. And there are things that, it's not that you can't do it, it's that it's just not worth it. Cemetery is one of them. We're not going to touch a cemetery, an active, an occupied grave. Not that we can't. First off, we shouldn't. And second of all, it's just not worth it. You know, so we're going around those. What does that mean? Well, it means it's another house maybe or a different property owner. And so we're avoiding things like that. We looked at where churches and schools and property use, what different properties were used for. Obviously, and I value vacant land, so I don't want this to sound like I don't, but if I can get on vacant land someplace, that's the best outcome. And we really tried to do that, but a high-speed highway is straight, and I can't bend it a lot. And although we're bending it a lot, but we're not bending it enough to miss everything. And that's the reason for the 200 to 250 homes.
That leads me into my next question, the 250 homes. So, correct me if I'm wrong on this, I'm doing this from memory from my notes. You say the alternate route would basically be 12 and a half miles further, 600 more acres, is that?
Yes.
I mean ballpark, yeah, I'm with you on that.
That's correct.
Do you have any idea how many less homes would be affected if you took that route as compared to the 250 now projected?
We didn't get that far, sir, and looking at it because of
Did you get that one?
because of the 12. I can get a number that's comparable. Yeah,
Okay.
I can do that.
How much more expensive would it be? You said, well, I guess you talked. Did you address that a little more? How much more expensive it would be?
I did not address it in 2021 construction dollars, which are going to be about 10% or so higher now. A mile of the Kickapoo was costing somewhere between $23 and $24 million on the average of every mile. So let's just call that 25 miles, multiply that by 12 and a half miles, that'd be the construction cost. And that's without really looking at the number of bridges or anything, that's just very rough averages.
What was that number? The
About
amount?
25 million a mile.
25 million. Okay.
Interchanges are significantly more expensive than that.
Okay. So again, this would be I know you don't have this data. Do you have any idea how long it would take, projection-wise, to make up the difference of the additional cost of the 12 miles of that, additional 12 miles? Do you have any idea how long it would take to make that up?
Well, we sell 30, yes sir, we sell 30-year revenue bonds, so it'd take 30 years. That doesn't change. What would change is the amount that the toll would need to be in order to afford that. The downside the other downside to moving it out east of the lake is that it'll carry less traffic. It's further from Norman's population base, which is closer to downtown. So we would miss out on, it wouldn't serve that municipality as well. It would be more expensive, which results in a higher toll, less travelers. Also, that's a function of what the toll rate is how many travelers there are. So if we don't serve as many people and not as many people are taking it, that also can result in an increase in toll rate.
One more to that. Do you not anticipate, talking about growth, east of Norman, Ward, Oakland City, do you not anticipate growth going in that direction?
Sure. So someday, I think the deal that has held growth back on the east side of Norman is the lack of access to that location, and I can point to the Kickapoo and reference you to visit with the Choctaw cities of Choctaw and Hara, Jones and McLeod, and the access that they've gotten, the interstate type access that they have gained. Absolutely, I think there'll be growth east of Norman, all the way toward Shawnee someday. That's a long look ahead, obviously, but that won't happen unless there's access to get to and from that location. One thing I didn't point out earlier is that if you take and measure a straight line from downtown Oklahoma City, basically about where we are right now, and go down to the northwest edge of Lake Thunderbird, it's 16 miles from here. Now, for me, I can travel 16 miles in 15, 20 minutes once I'm out of all the stoplights and on an interstate. So I would challenge anybody, I don't think you should, because you have to break some laws to get to Lake Thunderbird in 15, 20 minutes right now, but it is not that far from downtown to the east side of Norman. And this is a Cleveland County and surrounding counties around Oklahoma County are the fastest growing counties in our state. Population-wise, they're growing in population. They're growing in infrastructure. Everywhere I go around here, there's a new water line being put in, a new sewer line being put in. There's a lot of work being done around that, and the population growth. I think, the thoroughfare traffic aside, but adding this to the east side of Norman, the east side of Cleveland County, I think is going to cause some significant growth on that side. I mean, we're seeing that on the Kickapoo, and that's the most similar facility that I can reference.
Representative Crossway, I believe you have a question. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned, thank you for being here. You mentioned in 2008, before your time, that you raised tolls due to the economy turndown. Is that based on ability by statute or by administrative code?
No, Representative, thank you for being here this morning. The Turnpike Authority is able to raise tolls. If you're asking how are we able to raise tolls? Yeah, we're able to raise tolls. The Turnpike Authority has to be able to do it on its own when necessary, especially in, nobody wants to have a downturn in the economy and then raise the tolls on top of that. That's a double whammy to the public that's having to drive on that facility. We had to do that in order to make our reserve maintenance, in order to be able to perform the projects that we needed to be able to do for that year, that we were required to do, and to be able to make our bond payment for that year and operate. So that was the reason for the toll increase that year. Last year, 2 years ago in 2020, when the different markets here, but similar outcomes. In 2020, when traffic dropped significantly, we did a $50 million line of credit, and that line of credit was done for the same reasons. Traffic dropped, but we didn't increase tolls. We took out a line of credit. It was an extremely low interest rate. I think it had a 3-year payback, 3 or 4 year payback, so the interest rate was extremely low. We took that $50 million and we were able to operate, do our continued maintenance to our network, and make our bond payments up from that, which freed up additional funds, make that bond payment. And part of, you may know that we're going after $500 million as part of our first bond sale for the Access program. That'll be $450 million of new money, and $50 million of it will go to pay off that line of credit.
So just to be clear, that's not a legislative action that we take. That's what OTA already has the authority to do.
That's correct.
Recognize for a call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Second question, on your map for the 2016 in the east part of Oklahoma County,
Yep.
I was staff for several of the members that represented that area, so I got to field a lot of those calls myself. And also the same, I think it's number 16, yes. Okay, and then also in the south part of the Kilpatrick, so the Yukon Mustang area.
Yeah.
You held several, because I know the one from Yukon Mustang down wrapping around to Airport Road changed significantly. So can you tell us that process of how you included the community? Because I remember attending some of those myself. But could you kind of speak to that? How you decided to open that up? How you narrowed that down? Again, probably before your time, but what you could help me with would be helpful.
It was before my time. We did a similar thing for the new alignments in this area. The main thing was we had some public meetings that were in the month of April. We did one in Noble, Norman, Moore, and Newcastle. We did 4 public meetings. Those were to provide information, answer questions. We set up tables and tried to answer questions with people who were advised enough to at least gather information and answer questions. But the other side of that was us gathering information from the folks that either live in the area or own property in the area. There are a lot of things that don't show up on an environmental map or on some of the the tabletop studies that we do. And so the information that we gathered from that was invaluable. There are a couple locations on the Access Oklahoma website where we're going to get outside of our study area just a little bit. But again, it's 95% of the time we're still inside of it. I think that's what we're predicting. We're going to get outside. Some of that is due in part to the information that we gathered from those public meetings and also through our website. We've had, I think, more than 1,000 communications from folks either calling or emailing in, and then we've set up email groups. So if somebody emails in, they're only interested in the Turner Turnpike widening, we put that in an email group, and when we have information, we're sending it out that way. Some people only want paper mail, and so we are mailing information out to them that way as well. The main thing for us is to get phone numbers for the folks that feel they're affected so that we have good contact information, as well as gathering any of that unknown environmental information for those alignments. For the Southwest JKT, John Kilpatrick Turnpike, specifically in that extension, we put a lot of, I want to call it a snake. We had the snake, and part of that public meeting process that we had for it was that we didn't realize what everybody had planned for their property. You know, some of it was planned residential, some of it they'd already made sales, and so there were things that were happening. So we gathered information based on that, and then the alignment ended up having a snake through there like that to be the least impactful, and it was not the shortest distance. The straight line would have been much, much shorter, and because of that, the speed limit is lower on that section, and but it's carrying a ton of traffic. Somewhere between 16,000 and 18,000 transactions a day is what it is averaging right now.
And just one more.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 27, you don't need to go there, just when you talked about property acquisition, talked about certified general appraisers, I just want to know, are those private contractors?
Yeah, they don't work for they're not employed by OTA or ODOT or anything. Yeah, they're private consultants.
Thank you, that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you again, and I know you'll be here again tomorrow, and so representatives, if you think of other questions for him, he'll be available for questions tomorrow as well. Okay, thank you very much. Representative Sterling, you recognize.
Yes, we're going to take a quick break for about 10 minutes, so we'll try to be back here as close to 11:15 as possible, please.
Please, we'll get started. We have got 30 more minutes here before we break lunch. So at this time, I'll recognize Representative Sterling.
Here we go.
And we'll continue with our study. Representative Sterling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, we will now hear from Mike Smith, and he will give you a brief summary of what he will be addressing today. It is all yours, sir.
Thank you, Representative Sterling, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to be here. So what I want to talk about here is really a policy approach to perhaps a toll-free future. I think it's something that a lot of the state looks at and a lot of the citizens are concerned with. So, we will, again, Yes, my name is Mike Smith. I'm a policy advisor in the energy industry here in Oklahoma. And so I've worked in this area for a little while, but I think what we're seeing here is the result of the policies that are currently in place. And a lot of the issues that we find ourselves in, I think, can be corrected. And so what we'll talk about a little bit here is just a quick summary. And I know you can't really read that as it is on the screen, but I think you have that in your packet. But obviously, we'll perhaps give maybe a different view than what the Turnpike Authority provided, and that's probably to be expected. So I won't spend a whole lot of time here, but just to point out a few things. I mean, there are profound questions around some of the engineering policies and procedures that we've seen today. And again, you'll hear these further explained in presentations this afternoon, so I won't go into detail here. There are a lot of questions around the financial practices, and we do have to recognize that because we have cross-pledging, it continues to allow for construction of projects that are perhaps unprofitable, and there's a lack of cost controls that comes as a result. When we talk about constituent property rights, I think negotiating, even if there are good faith negotiations, I think we have to recognize that there's an inherent unfairness of negotiating under the threat of eminent domain, and I appreciate the fact that not all of those acquisitions go to an eminent domain proceeding, but all of those negotiations we have to recognize are happening under that threat. And then with the stakeholder engagement, the simple fact of the matter is there is none prior to finalization of these routes. And again, that has led to a lot of the issues that we're seeing today because there is not that stakeholder engagement that occurs prior to. And I'll point out too here on the Turnpike Enabling Act, and colleague Rob Norman will talk about this in detail right after lunch, but the lack of guardrails that we see right now allow the Turnpike Authority to make a final decision to build a turnpike without any of these studies being done, whether that's impact, feasibility, environmental. And again, some of those things are happening now, but the final routes have already been decided. There has not been any input. There is no public notice and input process. And there are questions that have arisen around the legislative authorization of these particular routes. But this is not just an issue with these newer routes. These policies that are currently in place will lead to this taking place in the future if they're not corrected. So I think it's also important to kind of understand what our current state is. Oklahoma is the 28th ranked state by population, but we are number one in turnpike miles per capita. Oklahoma hosts the single largest toll system in the country already without the expansion. And we're second in total toll miles by state, trailing only Florida. So no matter how you parse the data, Oklahoma is an outlier. And I think it's a reasonable question to ask, how large of a toll system can Oklahoma support? Can we continue to support an ever-expanding toll system? And we can't lose sight of the fact that as we are building these routes in more and more densely populated areas, the impact continues to grow. And you can see that in that chart. And again, that is an estimated number. I recognize the fact that those numbers are not final, but when we're talking about either homes that are destroyed or impacted, again, these are roads that are going through densely populated areas, and there is an impact to being next to a toll road. So we're not just talking about homes that are actually destroyed. And when we look at the current state of the debt, I don't think it's a surprise that the Turnpike Authority is currently the single largest holder of revenue-backed debt in the state. The Access Program will continue to increase that debt, leading to potentially overcharging on certain routes to fund routes that are undercharging because they can't support it. And this will ensure that we have tolls, if we're talking about, again, perhaps a way to get to a toll-free future, but if we go through with this particular program and we don't change these policies that are in place, we will have tolls in perpetuity. And I think, again, another question for us to ask is that our goal? Do we have a goal as a state to have tolls for the rest of our lives and for the foreseeable future? So how did we get here? And I think a lot of this, the answer lies in the Turnpike Enabling Act, which again, Rob Norman will talk about. But more importantly, I think it revolves around the OTA's understanding of that authority. And so I've got a couple of clips here from the recent Supreme Court hearing where they've requested validation of the bonds. Hopefully these play. It's always a risk putting video in PowerPoint.
The legislature has provided very broad powers to the authority to fulfill its mission of facilitating vehicular traffic and issuing bonds to construct turnpike projects. In fact, the only limitation on the authority's powers is that a particular project must be legislatively authorized.
So there's the key word, legislatively authorized. But what does legislative authorization mean to the Turnpike?
The legislature has vested the exclusive power to the authority to determine in its sole discretion which projects to determine to be feasible, design, and construct in accordance with statutory authorization. This includes the entirety of a route, potential interchanges, and the discretion to start and end a turnpike in the vicinity of a particular authorized location.
So what becomes clear is that the Turnpike Authority believes that its only limitation is legislative authorization, but that it alone has the sole discretion to determine what that authorization means. So in simple terms, there are no checks and balances. No one can question the authority's final decision. So again, what this has led to is whenever there is legislative action, we've seen a pattern of trying to avoid the oversight that would potentially provide. And so we'll look at a very recent example, which was Senate Bill 1610, which was introduced in this last session. So Senate Bill 1610 required certain basic information to be collected. Factors considered to determine the route, factors considered regarding effectiveness on the route on traffic flow, impacts to businesses, citizens, private and public property, whether there were any alternate routes that were considered and why they were chosen. And I appreciate the comments earlier about some of the alternate routes that maybe were not chosen. And then any other factors considered by OTA. So with this, this information to be collected, where we started to run into issues, because I don't think the Turnpike Authority disagreed necessarily with the need to collect this information, but there started to be hesitation whenever that information needed to be provided to the legislature, because those reports were going to be given to the governor, the president pro tem, and the Senate, and the Speaker of the House, at least 180 days prior to issuance of the bonds. And then where I think it really got to be problematic was the potential action by the legislature once those reports were issued, which is that the legislature may modify the authorization as provided for in statute. So this was the result. So Senate Bill 1610 passed in the Senate on March 24th. It was overwhelmingly approved. And so the very next day, the routes were updated by the Turnpike Authority to change both the south extension and the east-west connector. The House then passed an amended version which added the east-west connector, which again would request that relevant information be provided prior to finalization of these routes and prior to the issuance of bonds. But you can see in what you have here on the left is the south extension before and after, the route, the mileage, and the proposed budget. And then you have the east-west connector on the other, on the right-hand side. Again, you can see the changes that were made directly in response to the passage of Senate Bill 1610, so that if that eventually passed, it would limit the impact of that particular bill. But that change, if you just look at the numbers on the screen, resulted in a 15% increase to the budget, totaling about $286 million. So throughout the process, we've been talking about a long-range plan, but what we see here is that we're moving at a very rapid pace. And the Turnpike Authority is going to the bond market, and they're 7 months after publicly announcing the routes in February. The reason is because of this statute. It's because, again, it gives power to the legislature to do its duty. Because it gives the legislature the ability to repeal, alter, or amend the authorization of any turnpike or turnpikes for which bonds have not been sold at the time of the legislative action. That is what we're trying to avoid, and you can see what it looks like here. And again, this is a busy slide. There's a lot of information on here, so I'm going to have a copy of that. But this is January to September, just 2022 timeline. You can see on February 22nd, the routes were first publicly described. And then on March 24th, Senate Bill 1610 was passed, which, again, OTA changed the routes in response to that on the 25th. And then on March 29th, Deputy Director E. Kelly spoke to the Norman City Council and talked about kind of what he talked about today too. It's just the early nature of these routes, indicating that you can put out a map and you have kind of a drawing on the map, and that's about all that we've done. And yet, in reality, those are final routes. So on May 2nd, we had the first lawsuit filed challenging the statutory authority and the lack of due diligence that was done. And then on May 18th, we had a second lawsuit filed. In between there, on May 4th, the OTA went and requested a $200 million line of credit from the Council of Bond Oversight to provide the initial funding, but that was denied for use on these disputed routes. And then on June 9th, they passed a resolution to cancel the line of credit because they couldn't use it again on these disputed routes, and proceed with validation at the Supreme Court. And then in August, they went back before the Council of Bond Oversight to request authorization to proceed with the bonds, which again were denied for use on the disputed routes until both lawsuits were resolved in OTA's favor and they had successful validation at the Supreme Court. And so then in September is when that hearing was, and you heard a couple of clips earlier. And I'll point out too that although I think they had to do that in this case, even the going to the Supreme Court for validation is at OTA's discretion. They have not done that in every case. So where do we go from here? So it appears clear that we need some changes to our policies. So how do we put appropriate guardrails in place so that we can avoid these situations in the future? And so what we've done here is just in three broad buckets, but I'll go through these. And I'll say this is not this is not a Cleveland County or a McLean County or Oklahoma County issue. This is an issue for the entire state. Again, Mr. E. Kelly pointed out the 35 routes that are currently in statute, some of which are very, very broad. There are an unknown number of towns and communities and citizens that are, potentially going to be going through this same process in the future, and so we need to put some guardrails here. So the first one here on creating appropriate boundaries, each individual route must be retired and expressly reauthorized individually by the legislature. So this is the sunset provision. And then it must be built within 5 years of authorization. So we don't have these routes that are hanging out there for 35, 40, 45 years where you don't really know as a citizen what's about to come your way. Where you may make plans, generational plans, that can be upended in a moment's notice. Second, authorized routes must be described with appropriate specificity to allow citizens to make informed decisions. Again, we need to understand what it is that we're dealing with, where we're moving, where we want to live our lives, where we want to build our communities, and allow communities the ability to know how they want to plan their own growth. And then we need to create appropriate governance. And so we feel the role of Secretary of Transportation and the Executive Director of ODOT and the Executive Director of OTA should be different people. And that the OTA board membership should be appointed by both the House and the Senate, not just the governor. And then the second group here of ensuring due diligence. There must be a proper notice and input process for local governments and the public, and that must be completed prior to obtaining authorization to proceed. Again, we're talking about the final decision being made prior to any of these disclosures, any of these studies, any of these public meetings, any stakeholder engagement. These final decisions are made prior to any of that happening, so we need to change that. And then projects must not violate the land use plans of the cities and municipalities or counties that they pass through. Where I live in East Norman, the city put a restriction on how the minimum amount of property that I needed to buy to build a house. That city planning, those land use plans are completely upended again without any prior input. Project justifications must be based on feasibility and impact studies conducted within 5 years of the start of construction. And we can't keep relying on 30-year-old data. And then going back to the earlier to Cindy Bird, we need to have regular audits prior to these routes going forward. And then provide full public disclosure of the real estate and right-of-way transactions. Again, this provides transparency to the public to make sure that we are making the right decisions. And then finally, on the right-hand side here, policies that will allow us to achieve that toll-free future. One is to remove the ability to cross-bridge. It allows each new project to now stand on its own merit. Prevent the use of eminent domain to build these new toll roads and require fair, true market price to be paid for right-of-way acquisition. Requiring a vote of the citizens within municipalities and counties where these projects are to be built, again, giving the public a say on how they want their future to look. Leveling the playing field for your constituents. And then finally, require the OTA to be held to the same standards as ODOT, which does use federal dollars, but standards of due diligence and public notice and involvement should not differ simply based on the funding source. So we feel like these policies will work together to put our state and your constituents on a solid path to perhaps realize a toll-free future. We appreciate the time and thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being here today. Representatives, questions? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, I appreciate you coming and I appreciate your goals. I think they're very admirable. I was curious, when you were looking at this whole process about getting them so that they're not toll roads anymore, did you consider any kind of maintenance plan for what it's going to take to continue to keep these roads up?
There are, so I did not look at that specifically. There are, I think that will come into play a little bit in some of the other presentations, but there has been quite a bit of work that's been done on what that, what a sunset plan may look like, and there are viable options to handle that maintenance. But again, if we're looking at an ever expanding system, that maintenance continues to to become a burden for the future.
Any other questions? If you start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Mike, presentation, very thorough. I know there was a concern back in the genesis of the Senate Bill 1610, et cetera. I think you bring it up here, ensured due diligence. I think there was concerns about putting a, like better words, cart before the horse on impact of environmental studies. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, again, when these routes were, these particular routes for the new southern routes were unveiled, I think there's a lot of surprise at just where these routes were placed and some of the impacts that really became immediately apparent to those that were in and around that community. When we talk about bringing toll roads to the watershed, the fact of the matter is that the routes are in a sense final. And so without all of these, without studies, without feasibility studies, economic studies, without environmental studies, and I understand the tension there of trying to do these things, in the right order, but in a sense, whenever you are just putting a line on the map and that becomes, the edict of what's going to happen, every conversation beyond that just becomes how do we mitigate potential impacts, where perhaps we could have avoided them altogether had we had those studies done and had that input done and the stakeholder engagement prior to those routes becoming final.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. Also, you've heard the presentation earlier by OTA concerning the infrastructural needs that we have for our state moving forward and so forth. First of all, do you agree that we do have a serious need for infrastructure development in our transportation system?
Yeah, infrastructure is always going to be important, and we always need to look and try to figure out how to best move traffic. But I think we also need to look at changing habits, changing patterns. We need to look into the future to see what does work from home do, what are other alternatives that we can look at without simply resorting to just putting in a new highway. There are other alternatives. There are things that we can do. I think some of the new interchanges that have been done have been very successful in alleviating some of the congestion. Perhaps there's an opportunity to look at new interchanges along I-35, but perhaps there are other options that we can put on the table. Looking at rail options or public transport, but there are quite a few options I think that we are leaving off the table that we should bring onto the table when we think about how we plan infrastructure, and then working with the regional transportation authorities and the communities to really meet their needs for what they see their growth being in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, we will have a break for lunch. That is perfect time. Good night, Representative Sterling.
Okay, I hope everybody had a good lunch. I know I did. That's one thing I do not miss. This time, we will now hear from Rob Norman.
Alrighty, there we go. I'm on the agenda to speak about the Oklahoma Turnpike Enabling Act and some issues with that. And as you can see here in my presentation, which was also given in a similar form at the Rob Standridge's Senate study, is about history highlights in the case for reform. Mr. Smith mentioned some things, Mike Smith mentioned some things I would be talking about, and there's some things I've been asked to talk about. And there's some things I'll defer further towards some of our speakers who are going to get more down into the nuts and bolts of the engineering and things like that. But I'll go ahead and get started. A little bit about myself. I know there's been some back and forth about making sure everyone understands everybody. I am a 30-year lawyer, partner in a business law and litigation firm. I have a complex litigation background, a lot of employment law, a lot of business law. Our firm primarily represents businesses, and that includes some businesses impacted by these proposed new turnpikes. I'm a Norman resident, although I'm a member of an Oklahoma City firm. I am not in the path of the turnpikes. I am currently counsel for PIKE off OTA and individual citizens in one of the district court cases and in the Supreme Court bond validation case. So enough about me. Kind of get started with some fun and some history. Here, what this is I ask people what this is, and they usually get it. The folks from the OTA know this one very well. May 16th, 1953. This is the ribbon cutting for the Turner Turnpike, our very first turnpike. And it was quite a celebratory thing. We see there. There's what I think is something at one of the Oklahoma City or Tulsa entrances, and then there's the midway point. And here's an old postcard of the midway point and one of the entrances. Again, I don't know whether it's Oklahoma City or Tulsa, but that goes way back to the early 1950s. And that how we know it all started this way with the Turner Turnpike. But now before I get back into history, I'd like to go ahead and emphasize some things that I think may not have been hit real hard in the presentations earlier today. I know I saw some maps, but I've got the OTA's maps as presented to the Supreme Court in their bond validation case. This first map is the east-west connector. As Mike Smith told us, the OTA, after Senate Bill 1610 started going through the process, the OTA changed their routes to sort of make the south extension smaller. Did that without notice to the public. It just cropped up different one day. And that little loopy thing you see going up after the straight stick used to be part of the south extension, but now it is part of the east-west connector. The east-west connector is now about a $1.5 billion turnpike, about a 28-mile turnpike, and it is now what connects up to the Kickapoo. Since Senate Bill 1610, which covered the south extension, was introduced and passed, the OTA has now decided to designate the east-west connector as the big one that connects up to the Kickapoo. And you'll see there that the east-west connector does something that our Norman Public Works Director has said we don't think we've seen anywhere else with the connections it makes. It connects I-44 to I-35 over the Canadian River. You can see there on the left-hand side, just north of the H.E. Bailey. They may redesignate the H.E. Bailey and make that part of the H.E. Bailey. But just north of where the H.E. Bailey is right now is the beginning of the east-west connector. It spans the South Canadian River, and there goes into that borderline point along Indian Hills Road between Moore and Norman. And then it connects up with the south extension there at the end of the stick. And then you see where it goes up and connects up with I-40. So it literally connects up 3 interstate highways. And that has some impacts on whether it's going to be a traffic reliever or whether it's going to be a traffic enhancer. And some of our engineers can talk about that a little more. Here's the south extension as it currently exists. Like I said, it changed after the passage of Senate Bill 1610. Just popped up differently on the OTA's website, and they've stuck with that ever since. You can see there again, depending on where you want to say it starts and ends, the way I go with it is I kind of start a little backwards from the way people think and the way you read. It starts in the city of Purcell. Down there, that's actually in Purcell city limits where it pigtails with State Highway 74 or 76, one of the two of those. And then connects up again with I-35 down in Purcell, crosses the Canadian River again down south, and then moves up northeasterly, and then basically due north, just on what I call the Norman side of Lake Thunderbird to connect up with the east-west connector. And just that route and the directions of the route has some consequences for the legality of that route. And here's the Tri-City connector. It's often forgotten. It is too mostly in Cleveland County. It kind of, as you can see, that big gray thing is Will Rogers Airport. It kind of is what I describe, not necessarily what the OTA describes it, I kind of describe it as a roundabout around the airport that connects up with Airport Road up in the north and then connects down with I-35 in northern parts of Cleveland County, I-44. Now, to go back to the Oklahoma Turnpike Enabling Act, it was originally enacted in the late 40s basically to build the Turner Turnpike. Got out ahead of the interstate highway system. The interstate highway system was something that was sort of getting in the works, but actually Oklahoma was innovative here and needed a road between Oklahoma City and Tulsa, so it conceived of the Turner Turnpike. As I believe Mr. Akella showed in the first little authorizations of 1705E, which are the original authorizations, there wasn't much in the way of parameters or guardrails that the legislature put on it. It just said it'll be between Oklahoma City and Tulsa and left it up to the OTA to do everything. One of the big purposes of the original Turnpike Enabling Act was the bypassing of cities and towns. And we've seen today, 70-some years later, that has a purpose for connecting distant places, but it also has a cost. And I think we see in part of Access Oklahoma, the OTA going back and correcting that problem and putting more exits on the Turner Turnpike and maybe rebuilding some towns that were bypassed way, way back. Now, the original idea was that Turner was supposed to be a free road once paid off, but that didn't happen. Why? Well, in 1954, the legislature and the people through a referendum passed the notion of cross-pledging, which we can see as kind of a fancy way of saying that you've created a whole turnpike system. Revenues from one turnpike can be used to fund other turnpikes. Tolls collected on any toll road can pay for the cost of the entire system. And since that time, and because of that, no Oklahoma turnpike has ever been turned into a free road. And cross-pledging has some consequences, I think, for the motivation for why access is the way it is and why new turnpikes are being proposed. It's not just something that is. It sits with us today. Now, let's look a little bit. This is a legislative study. The majority party, of course, we all know this. It's not even an elephant in the room. The majority party is the Republican Party. Let's look at what the Republican Party platform of 2020 is on transportation. It is literally the same thing as the PIKE off OTA and the Turnpike Fighters Advocates Facebook page, which is no more turnpikes. We've got enough. The Republican Party platform of 2020, and I think this needs to, as a matter of policy, pervade what this legislature looks at in its next session, is a moratorium on additional turnpikes. And the idea is to do an independent audit and figure out a way to repay the original costs and perform kind of what would be maybe kind of a Chapter 11, Chapter 7-ish kind of wind down of this whole thing of all these toll roads being toll roads, converting them into toll-free roads, at least by and large. The Republican Party platform goes on and says, we're not going to use eminent domain anymore to build and operate toll roads and bridges because of the costs and the human costs and the property rights costs and the life, liberty, and property interest costs that talks about. We got a question today earlier from one of the representatives. I forgot your name.
Crosswhite Hager.
Okay. About are there viable wind down plans? There are. And you can find them. We're not going to try to present them here today, but we've got our president of PIKE off OTA here in the back of the room today, sitting beside Mr. Smith, and he has proposed a very detailed, viable plan for weaning us off of this large system of turnpikes. That can be put into policy and put into legislation and done. That doesn't talk about cold turkey, abolish the OTA or do it tomorrow. it's viable, supportable, and it's good policy. So those plans do exist, and you can find them for you. Now let's get back to the present and look at what the key thing is. Mr. Smith told you earlier today that the only real guardrail on the OTA in the statutes is legislative authorization. And that is pretty much true. And where do we find those guardrails? We find them in Section 1705. We find them primarily in 1705E. Mr. Eckler gave you a slide that kind of showed you the beginnings of 1705E, which were the early authorizations which were broad. H.E. Bailey, Turner, things like that. There's 35 of them, we agree on that. The ones at issue here kind of get down more to the bottom. They're 20 and 28. And also at issue here is the fact that there is a guardrail that I think the OTA and a lot of folks forgot and didn't pay attention to when they first looked at what they were going to do with Access Oklahoma, and that's 1705F. In other words, you've got to keep reading the statute to find the problem of two of these turnpikes. Originally, like in Mr. Eckler's slide, he showed the first 6. Can't put 35 on a slide, I get that. That's too much information. The first 6 were just the main things we think about that were built in the 50s and 60s. And they were just these broad authorizations. But then as times got more modern, we got into the 80s, the 90s, more modern times, the legislature started putting more descriptive and restrictive route authorizations on turnpikes. They started putting directions like south, east, southeast, northwest, vicinity of a certain town. They started doing that. And those are very relevant for what we're talking about today. So there's a look at what we're looking at today. The blue is where we have turnpikes. As Mike Smith mentioned, we are first per capita in the nation in turnpikes, although 28th in population. The first in raw mileage, at least until and unless Access Oklahoma goes through, is Florida, who is 3rd in population and has a massive tourism and a massive system of ports and freights moving international goods and commerce through. So it's our contention that we are already over turnpiked, and there is no need for any more. Now what's this? This is a picture of a sunset. Sunsets are great in Oklahoma because we don't necessarily have 14,000-foot mountains blocking the way of a sunset. We tend to have good sunsets here. This is a picture of the sunset over Lake Thunderbird. And where the sun is positioned right now is where the south extension would go. And so that sunset picture, we may have a bridge there, we may have something over there, so that's going to change. Now, why did I put a picture of a sunset? Well, it's beautiful in Oklahoma, but there's another reason. First idea for legislative reform. Right now, there are no sunset provisions on these 1705E route authorizations. You've heard talk today about there being a whole bunch of old route authorizations lurking in the statute. Right now, the OTA is trying to build turnpikes, the Tri-City Connector, the East-West Connector, that were first put into the statute 35 years ago. And they're trying to rely upon another authorization that was put into the statute 29 years ago for the south extension. I'll talk about the problems with that, but that not only creates some legal problems, that creates all kinds of practical problems. And this has kind of been an ongoing mantra that I've heard in the legislature, I've heard in local governments, I've heard emanating from different political people, I've heard emanating from the OTA. If it was authorized in 1705E, it must be a done deal, and there's nothing else we can do. Now, interestingly enough, our original legislators put a pretty hard sunset provision on the Turner. And I think that was wise. They said, okay, we're going to have a big turnpike from Oklahoma City to Tulsa, but you're going to get after it and you're going to do it. And literally, there's a 1950 case where that's at issue, and the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority mentions, Supreme Court, you got to get after it, you got to give us what we need, you got to give us some rulings in this case, we've got to get authorization to do this, because we've got to have this thing going in 2 years. So it had a hard and quick sunset provision in it, and that was a good idea, because what it did is it made a fledgling Oklahoma Turnpike Authority get down to business and build that turnpike. We have no other sunset provisions other than a kind of complicated sort of sunset provision that came into effect in 1705F that I'll talk about later. But first big policy change we would advocate is sunset provisions on all these authorizations and all new authorizations. We'd say certainly you need to be starting to build those things 2 years like the Turner, 5 years at most, not 29, not 35 years later. That's just not good policy. And why? Here's things that happen. We have term limits now, 12 years. You folks in the legislature can't serve more than 12 years, but right now there's nothing to keep the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority from building a route that was authorized 35, 40, 45 years ago and never built. That doesn't make sense because legislative memory gets lost, bureaucratic memory, agency memory gets lost, and original understanding of what was supposed to be done gets lost. And the world in these areas has changed vastly. Mr. Sterling, you talk about the 20 acres in the path. How do I know there's going to be a turnpike there? Well, I would take that question a step further and say, what about all the folks, and there are some in this room, and there are some who will be speaking to you, who years ago bought a home and did due diligence and looked everywhere they could, land records, local government plans, Association of Central Oklahoma government plans, and these turnpikes weren't there. Now, there's reasons why they weren't there. In the past, they tried to build these turnpikes and actually went about it a little better way than they did today, than they are now, and they were turned back and decided not to build them. And so the city of Norman, Cleveland County, the Association of Central Governments of Oklahoma do not have these turnpikes on their plans. They planned their worlds without these turnpikes, is what they did. And there are all kinds of people in homes. The world has vastly changed since the Oklahoma City Outer Loop was first passed. The world in Cleveland County has vastly changed. And as we said, it's really a statewide issue. There are these little dormant turnpike authorizations all over the state. Snyder to Woodward, one going along where US Highway 70 is right now. Southeastern Oklahoma, northern Oklahoma. They're all over the place. And a majority of the counties in Oklahoma are potentially impacted in this. And the OTA's position is they can go in tomorrow and just decide to build those. Even though people have lived their lives for a generation or more and acted for a generation or more, built lives, built businesses, built residences, tied themselves to the land, and according to the OTA, there's really nothing to stop. And you just have to make the sacrifice because they're going to build a turnpike now. That just is not appropriate. Let's look again at the Republican Party platform of 2020 on legislation. Again, this is a good thing. We support the implementation of sunset laws. This is a perfect place to put them. I would submit you'd get wide bipartisan support for that. I would submit you'd get wide gubernatorial support for that. It's kind of a no-brainer to sunset in these existing authorizations and kind of make the OTA justify itself again if they want to build a turnpike somewhere where they had an authorization 35 years ago. Now, a little bit about due process of law. And here I'm going to get into kind of the second leg of this reform. We've got sunset laws that are easy to put into place, that would have broad support among everybody, that aren't too hard to write into legislation. Due process of law. Oklahoma is supposed to be set up where the legislature is the sovereign. It's supposed to be a wide-ranging representative democracy, where those of you who have local districts and can and often do and have to connect and listen to your constituents if you're going to stay in and if you're going to be effective, can listen to what people have to say and act accordingly. You'll act with your constituents in mind. You're a representative, so you use your own mind, but you've got to pay attention to your constituents and get public input on bills that are coming before the legislature. Have town halls, things like that. Take calls, take emails before bills are passed, not after bills are passed. So it's the legislature's job to set up due process of law in the first place. Now let's look specifically at some of these lack of guardrails on the OTA. Before the OTA gets to make a final decision, in other words, we're going to do this. We're going to have a board meeting, the board's going to pass it, and we're going to do it. They don't have to make a study of impacted homes, properties, families, or businesses. This is completely contrary to what ODOT would be required to do, or what a local government who's putting in a new road would have to do, a county or a municipality. No public comment, input, or public meetings are required. None, zero, nada. They can just announce it and say we're doing this, which is exactly what they did in this case. And thirdly, and relatedly, no local government input is required. You're going to hear later in this study from members of local government, Cleveland County Commissioner Derry Stacy, Ward 5 council member from Norman, Richard Tortorello, that this was a surprise to them, and there's been no good communication with them about this, whether in advance or afterward, about this Turnpike plan. No local government input is required. No public meetings are required. This is exactly the opposite of what would be going on the ODOT side. This is exactly the opposite of what would be going on in most states with turnpikes, quite frankly. It's exactly the opposite of what you folks have to do as representatives. You have to pay attention to your constituents if you're doing a good job. And the OTA doesn't have to do any of this. They can literally put the cart before the horse and say, we're doing this, and then everything gets thrown into litigation. If there's opposition, everything gets thrown into a massive mess if there's opposition, and it's not an effective and good policy way of doing things. Let's put the horse before the cart. So those three things are critical. Other things they don't have to do. No economic impact studies are required. No feasibility or need studies are required. In other words, they don't have to justify the need. They just have to say it's in the statute, so we're going to do it. They don't have to show it's feasible. In fact, you'll be hearing from one of our people on financial issues later on, Tassie Hirschfield, who's going to tell you that most turnpikes aren't profitable. They can only survive on their own legs because of this cross-pledging. It's a very inefficient system, a very poor business model, that most of your legs of your business are unprofitable. There's no requirement to study alternate build or no build options. And here, try to kind of connect something. It's Mr. Bowman and Ms. McCullough. Remember, Mr. Smith and I, way back when this first started at a public meeting, had a little dialogue with you folks about the extent of environmental studies and things like that, and that's been an evolving thing going on. And what we heard back then was that before a decision is made, no alternate build or no build options are required, and that's correct. No environmental studies are required. There's a look-see, and this is an evolving thing going on after the fact, after the decision is made, and I would say it's kind of helter-skelter, because as they're learning, there's more of an environmental impact than they thought when they announced this, and they're going to have to do more and more studies as they did this. And actually, in our district court lawsuit, there's a combination of legal challenges. Even if those legal challenges are not successful, our lawsuit is going to go on because we're going to hold the OTA's feet to the fire on environmental impacts, on feasibility things like that really should be studied by the OTA in advance before they make this decision. If this is a 15-year plan, what's the rush? Why announce, run to the Supreme Court, and insist on starting construction immediately, like at the end of this year, beginning of next year, before you know all these things? Here's another one. This is kind of legalistic, but here's another easy thing the legislature can do. Right now, in a bond validation case, which is going on right now, where the OTA says we want to issue bonds for a new turnpike, and we file a case in the Supreme Court to get the Supreme Court's approval for that. They don't have to mail notice to anybody. They don't have to mail notice to anybody. They just have to publish notice. And that's unique and that's deficient in relation to the way other bodies of government would have to pay attention. Now let's look at what other states do. We've got sister states, Kansas and Florida. Florida with the most turnpikes. Kansas just kind of did what the OTA has done with what we now know as I-44, one big turnpike. Look at what they have to do. Kansas calls for feasibility studies with basic standards before their Department of Transportation is legally permitted to build a turnpike. Public meetings and public input are required prior to legal permission. Local government input is required prior to legal permission. A Florida statute specifically says that proposed turnpike projects must be consistent with local government comprehensive plans to the extent feasible. They are not here at all. A little bit about the legal challenges in the time I have left, why they can't build these. The east-west connector and the Tri-City connector violated the last sentence of 1705F, which basically says the OTA got one shot to build the Oklahoma City outer loop, which the east-west connector and the Tri-City connector would be part of. They got one shot to build that along with 3 other turnpikes. They had to do that with one bond issue in one fell swoop. They did that back in 1989, and they built what we now know as the Kilpatrick. But what the statute prohibits is building sections of the Oklahoma City outer loop or any other of these 4 turnpikes in segments by themselves as years go by. They had one shot to do it. They took their shot in 1989. They built as much as they feasibly could back then, and that's the end of their shot. 1705F has never been changed. And there's where it says it right there. That's the language. You've probably got the studies. Now, you read it and you think that, and here's some evidence that's been presented to the Supreme Court and will be presented to the District Court. These are newspaper articles where the OTA, through Neil McCaleb and Governor Bellman, say that this means exactly what we said it was. That they had to build all or part of 4 turnpikes together at the same time with one bond issue. And they couldn't segment it or do it in phases. The OTA has since then, since being presented with this evidence in the Supreme Court, tried to say, well, in 1989, the Supreme Court allowed us to do it in phases. No, they didn't. There's nothing in that case that says they can do it in their phases. But the evidence is pretty overwhelming here. And this has been presented to the Supreme Court. The OTA tried to get 1705F changed and tried to get things split, and they couldn't. The legislature declined to do it for them. So 1705F is still there. The problem with the South Extension is it just never was legislatively authorized. They're relying on a 29-year-old section of the statute that says they can build a turnpike connecting up with the H.E. Bailey in the vicinity of Tuttle and then moving easterly across the South Canadian River to a point in the vicinity of Norman. Now, you have to read that statute as a whole to get there. And it helps if you get yourself an old-fashioned compass out like that, so you can decide what's easterly. Now, put that little compass on the route there. They're trying to say that the South Extension is just an extension now of the H.E. Bailey Norman Spur, but it violates the statutory command there, in that to get from the Norman Spur down to Purcell, first of all, Purcell isn't in the statute. You have to take a southerly dip to get there. And then you have to go back up northerly to get what they're doing with the South Extension. The statute doesn't allow that. The statute would arguably allow them to go straight across into Norman, but it does not allow them to dip down to Purcell and come back up northerly to meet up with the east-west extension. Again, they tried to do this, they tried to change the statute in 1999 and they failed. They tried to get permission to go down to Purcell. They failed. And really, kind of the key here to kind of wrap it up is the OTA and ODOT had a different approach in 1987 and 1999 than they did now. Back then, they kind of did the right thing. Neil McCaleb was in charge, Governor Bellman, Governor Keating were in charge, all really icons of the Republican Party, regardless of what anyone might think of them. But Governor Bellman understood, and Neil McCaleb at least understood this. The right way to do it is to ask first, is to have public meetings first, is to go to the legislature and get the authorization you don't have. And what happened in 1987 and 1999? The legislature said no. The public said no, and the governors and Neil McCaleb, then the transportation czar and head of the OTA, said, okay, we're going to do this the right way around. We're going to get constituent input. We're going to seek legislative authorization for something we don't have authorization for, and we know it. We're a public trust. We have to act for the public. we have to act according to the rule of law and representative democracy. And this time around, they've done it the other way around. They've just issued a mandate and said, we're doing this. We're not going to materially change the routes. We're doing this, regardless of whether you like it or not. And a little bit about, they're talking about cost of miles of changing the south extension route somewhere else. Let's remember, if they do, say, an I-335 or an I-340 somewhere else and don't do it as a turnpike, the Federal Highway Administration says 90% of that is taken care of with federal funds. If they get public input first, things like that, instead of doing a turnpike, they get buy-in. All these things we're talking about that are wrong or that are a possible problem or possible alternatives, we can hash out through due process and not through the courts and litigation. And let's think a little bit about the cost of the sacrifice of eminent domain. What they say is, well, it's going to cost us a lot more money to put a turnpike around on the other side. Well, I would say they're not taking into account the fact that the cost of property acquisitions are enormous right now in Cleveland County, and they're going to spend, I use their numbers, 200 to 250 homes, they're going to spend tens of millions of dollars just in property acquisitions by doing a route that's 12 miles less. They could spend, by our numbers, they could be spending $300 million in property acquisitions in doing that. So it's not a cost factor. What they're doing is this really boils down to a case of an agency with no guardrails on them choosing to act as if they have no guardrails on them and doing something legislatively unauthorized, thumbing their nose at the legislature, thumbing their nose at the people, not hashing out the things they need to do in advance, and following the rules of representative democracy and rule of law and individual liberty and property rights. So that's kind of my presentation. I'll open it up for any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you, Mr. Norman, for your presentation. Representatives, are there any questions at this time? Representative, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your cross-pledging, and you talked about it being a state question, so do you have a state question proposed to repeal it?
You know, there are several referendum that are in the works. The first way we would like to do this is maybe through the legislature, through a wind-down plan. But yes, it may be that we ultimately need to put in a state question that literally just repeals cross-pledging. That would be a simple thing. You always say simple, it's never simple. But with some of the plans that our president of PIKE off OTA has put together, we can incorporate those type of plans and essentially put together a combination of legislation and referenda that kind of wind this down into a more manageable system where we're not over turnpike, over highway, things like that. Right now, they've got a system. I think what's going on is not only a desire to do development like they did in the Kilpatrick. I think developers and people like that want to do that with East Norman and Cleveland County, even though that's not the way East Norman and Cleveland County are supposed to be. I think that's going on. I also think they're kind of in a box that to keep their existing system going, they have to keep constantly building new turnpikes whether needed or not. In other words, I think, and this is another reason to have public meetings and to hash this all out before you say we're just building a turnpike and we don't care what you think. You hash out these public meetings, this data and this policy, and we suspect, and we think we can back this up, that they're kind of in a pickle right now in that they can't do the maintenance on the turner they need, they can't do the maintenance projects on access that they need to do without throwing in new turnpikes. And that's because of an inherently flawed business model that doesn't consider the possibility of transitioning into more free roads and doesn't consider the possibility of, okay, let's not keep going with this failed business model. Let's put a new interchange at I-35 and I-240 like we did at I-235 and I-44 that takes care of that traffic congestion. But I think, seriously, I think if you look at the finances, if you look at the numbers, if you look hard at the numbers, That's one of the problems you're going to find is OTA is kind of trapped in this cross-pledging, deficient model that no business would be able to survive doing. In other words, they have to build just to kind of keep up with the Joneses and the obligations they have. Whereas if we transitioned it more into an ODOT type plan, into a plan where you work with municipalities to decide what type of infrastructure you're going to want, you bring in federal dollars, you bring in all these grants that they say ODOT is extremely good at, you can build a better transportation infrastructure without constantly exercising eminent domain and smashing through people's properties with new turnpikes that really aren't feasible and really aren't justified.
Representative Sterling, you're recognized. Okay, I have just one question, kind of I'm short on time. I'm sure you acknowledge we do have an infrastructure development need in the transportation areas there. I think you do anyway, maybe you don't. But, if we do not accomplish that through toll roads, what will be your suggestion?
To look specifically at what we've got, there was an Indian Hills widening project on the board. Indian Hills is a little two-lane road that by the I-35 corridor, there's more and more development going. You could go with that Indian Hills widening project. You could, if you want to develop in the densely populated or the parts of Norman where it's okay to develop, where the plan is consistent with that development, you could build a parkway there with underpasses and overpasses on the ODOT side. If you want to bridge, another bridge between Newcastle and the more Norman area, let's do what they did earlier back in the 90s with Mustang to Newcastle and build an ODOT bridge. Let's go through this public input process that they went through before. We've got a client in one of the lawsuits that has actually given them what I think is a better idea for this Indian Hill, for this bridge between Norman and Newcastle. It's not being paid attention to. Maybe it's the good thing, maybe it's not, but it needs to be looked at. If the public wants a bridge from Newcastle to Norman, first of all, let's not make them do it through tolls. And second of all, let's find out whether the public really wants it and whether there's really a need. And we can do a bridge over the Canadian River for free with ODOT and federal funds, just like we did between Mustang and Newcastle a generation ago, where there was a turnpike authorization there. And they decided, no, it'd be better to do it with ODOT. And they pulled it off, and they did well. And they could do it well here. Same thing. Think about, instead of Turnpike on the wrong side of Lake Thunderbird, maybe think about a better road on the other side of Lake Thunderbird, where I can promise you, you don't run into nearly as many homes. And there's a widening project going on with 102 right now. That's an ODOT project on the other side of Lake Thunderbird. If you really need something else, put it on the other side of Lake Thunderbird. But first of all, figure out if you need it. And if you do, you put that sort of thing along an existing roadbed where you don't destroy homes. You improve the roads you have. You do more traffic engineering. And Ms. Serrato will get more into that, more into those alternatives. But we have a good road system, and it can always be better. But it doesn't need to be better by continuing to be number 1 in turnpikes, even though we're number 28 in transportation.
Mr. Norman, we very much appreciate this information. We'll definitely internalize this and bring information down and see if there's any prospective legislation moving forward as we get closer to session. So again, we appreciate your time. I'm going to go ahead and move into, we're going to make sure everybody has the amount of time they need. Our next presenter is Tassie Hirschfield. And Tassie, welcome.
Thank you.
Feel free to...
I think I'm too puny to stand behind the podium.
I'll prefer this, although someone come in and out. If you prefer to sit at the table,
No,
okay.
I
Yeah, we'll
actually
get you
prefer to
set up.
stand here if that's okay, because that way I can see you.
Chairman Johns will take care of you, ma'am.
Thank you for the
No administrator, he knows how to overcome what happened to us.
Thank you.
Anyway, we appreciate your information, and we will move forward now.
Thank you so much. And I'm checking my watch to make sure I don't go over time. Just by way of introduction, my name is Tassie Hirschfeld. I'm a professor in the Department of Anthropology at OU. I moved to Norman in 2002, and I've actually now lived in Oklahoma longer than I've lived any other place. And I've lived in many places, so I'm not quite a native, but I have a deep affection. My husband and I built our house in East Norman in 2006. He was an artist. I'm very attached to the home. He died at the beginning of the pandemic. And so I'm here partly for personal reasons, because it is very important to me, the wildlife and the beauty of the space, but also professionally. And so I have some more details about my professional expertise on the last slide. By way of brief introduction, most of my research in anthropology has been on the topic of authoritarian regimes. I was very interested in the breakup of the Soviet Union in the 1990s. I did my PhD research in Cuba. Everybody was expecting Cuba to sort of follow the path that Russia did, so my thought was I would go there and watch that transition and then have something to contribute to that academic conversation. Obviously that didn't happen, but that knowledge that I gained there has turned out to be surprisingly useful in my interactions with the Oklahoma Turnpike Association, or Authority, pardon me. I would say that it was immediately familiar to me when I discovered that an agency I had never heard of was planning to put a turnpike right next to my house with no conversation, no permission, and that any public meeting was clearly just an after-the-fact exercise in looking like they cared about the public, when in actuality they didn't. So it just felt very Soviet to me. So I began sort of doing a much deeper dive into their organization, finances, and so forth. So I'm going to go through some of that now, and we'll try to go through these earlier slides a little bit more quickly. I have some newer slides at the end I'd like to spend a little more time on. So we'll start with this managerial wisdom. Every system is perfectly calibrated to achieve the results it is getting. So what results is the Turnpike Authority currently getting? Well, when I look at their organization and operations, I see an enormous amount of debt and plans to take on a huge amount more. In addition to a lot of short-term bank loans that we're taking out over the past couple of years, this large federal loan for the Gilcrease, which is actually, again, very good terms, but then some kind of mysterious transfers back and forth from ODOT that I don't fully understand. They don't like to answer questions and are very slow with open records requests, so that's a little bit of a mystery. But then these multiple lawsuits with very compelling evidence of illegal actions. And if you haven't checked the homepage of the Norman transcript over the past 30 minutes, you will see a new story that involves a detailed testimonial from a cybersecurity expert testifying that they have intentionally altered the meeting agenda prior to announcing the access programs. And so this is part of the open meetings lawsuit, and I personally find it quite compelling testimony. So evidence of multiple illegalities, in addition to those outlined by Mr. Norman. And the public outrage is not insignificant. This is a weekday. Many of us in the affected area are not able to come and attend an event like this. So I do feel like I am speaking for the larger community, which includes thousands of people. And then the more toll roads and toll roads that don't get used very much. And so in terms of my analysis, having done a deep dive into their documents and history, I've also been sitting in on many of the depositions of the open meetings lawsuit. But I would distill it down to these three problems. The first is cross-pledging, which you've heard about. But these other two have not had quite enough attention, and you don't quite yet see the interrelationship between how cross-pledging and the lack of oversight and then the unlimited amounts of borrowing all combine together to create this very expansive, forgive me gentlemen, I will use the term monster, that is taking over more and more territory within the state of Oklahoma into this unaccountable autocratic system that none of us really have bought into. So we'll go through these quickly one at a time. I'm a very visual person, so I like visual slides. So here on the left, we have the magic money spigot, which represents all the money flowing in from bond offerings. It flows into the authority. They build toll roads. Drivers pay tolls. That money is then used to make the loan payment, and eventually the loans are paid off and the roads are free. This is the idealized model of how toll roads are supposed to work. My home state of Kentucky has followed this model. They got rid of their toll booths about 10 or 15 years ago. But that is not how the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority works. It works more like this. So we have the big spigot of money. It flows into this poorly managed, inefficient system. Again, cross-pledging plays a big role in that. The drivers pay tolls, but in return, they don't ever get free roads, they get more toll roads and even more higher tolls. And then the money flows from the Turnpike Authority back to the banking system, but they're continually refinancing and extending the loans so that there's no interest in paying things off. They just continue to borrow and expand, and the drivers in return get more toll roads and more tolls. The other part of this, the sort of invisible cost, is the destruction of communities, as well as, I would say, real estate changing hands in questionable ways because they are not required to disclose their real estate transactions. And I'll have a little bit more information about that when we talk about the PIKE. And then cities, again, lose control over land use planning, which in the case of Norman is potentially catastrophic because our drinking water supply both comes from well water in Ward 5, but also the city's drinking water in the form of Lake Thunderbird. So I apologize if this is a crude metaphor. I am from the great state of Kentucky. I would have used a horse since I'm in Oklahoma, we used a cow. But basically what it conveys is like the banks give the Turnpike Authority the all-you-can-eat buffet of money. It really is a magic money spigot. They avail themselves of this as any organization would that had a magic money spigot. And the result is we just get a lot of, quite honestly, crappy turnpikes all over the state that don't make good sense from an engineering point of view and that residents are very unhappy with. So we're going to talk first about cross-pledging. You'll see, you may be surprised at this quote from Karl Marx up here. Cross-pledging makes the Turnpike Authority a fundamentally Soviet enterprise because it takes the successful part of the business and uses it to support the failures. And that's, in that aggregate, they can say, well, we've got a success because, it all balances out in the end. But that's really not a good way to assess it. It is a fundamentally Soviet model that creates Soviet-type problems. And those I've listed as inefficiency. I have more slides about that next. Autocracy, meaning that they do not consider themselves under the control of the state legislature. They are a governing body unto themselves. And have really tried to push through turnpike projects, even in defiance of the very minimal restrictions that they have had in place. Inefficiency, autocracy, and secrecy, as those of us who have tried to get information through open records requests can attest, they don't like to answer questions. As part of the open meetings lawsuit, they have vigorously fought, their attorneys have vigorously fought giving depositions or providing witnesses or even documentation. And so again, I view all of these as very interrelated problems having to do with the fundamental inefficiency created by cross-pledging. So here's a slide that sort of shows you a side-by-side. If we were to sort of put a business model overlay on top of this, we can say that Oklahoma has 3 toll roads that are very necessary and very profitable and very nice roads to drive on. And it's that diagonal, starting with the Will Rogers down through the middle of the state, the H.E. Bailey. And these are their cash cows. These make the most money and get the most traffic. But look the slide on the other side. These are the turnpikes we actually have, which don't always make sense and are sometimes just little pieces parts. And you can see when we look at revenues just how asymmetrical it is. So I put this together in this 2x2 table. We've got necessary turnpikes, unnecessary turnpikes, profitable and unprofitable. Clearly, the 3 in the top quarter are all necessary. The revenues tell that story. The Kilpatrick is super profitable, but I don't know that it's necessary. I don't know that needed to be a toll road. The Gilcrease, very likely, because they're putting very high toll rate on that, will probably also be profitable, but again, I don't think it's necessary. And the takeaway message from this is the majority of turnpikes in the state are in this unnecessary and unprofitable category. And we get that because of cross-pledging. So again, you can see I'm used to lecturing to students, little Spider-Man memes. Policy failure number 2 is the no independent oversight. When you have this collapsed oversight structure where the same person is the head of ODOT, the OTA, and the State Transportation Commissioner, there's no independent set of eyes. So when OTA comes up with a plan, the head of OTA approves that plan, and then the State Transportation Commissioner, who is the same person, says, boy, I came up with a great plan. I think that we would have very different results if there were an independent person with engineering training, an engineering degree, which Mr. Gatz apparently does not have, to evaluate these plans and ask the question, is this really necessary? Is it cost effective? And let's talk about the board for a minute. One of our volunteers actually did a deep dive into the board voting records between 2015 and 2022. The OTA board voted 878 times. They were all positive, all unanimously positive except for 3. There were 3 individual no votes on 3 individual proposals. That didn't change the outcome. Combine that with the lack of audits, real external performance audit, and you get the potential for a lot of, we'll just say, questionable behavior and poor financial management. And so some of this, again, as you'll see, some other projects that just have sort of what I would call crazy runaway costs. There's no mechanism for cost control in their organizational structure. And from my preliminary review of their records, I would say, as someone who does study very corrupt kleptocratic regimes, no anti-corruption researcher would say this is a good oversight model. It raises huge red flags. There's too many potentials for bad behavior happening here. And here's just a couple of charts, again, to me that I just find astonishing. The first one is taken from their bondholders report, and it lists their largest operating expenses in this category of other, which I found quite mystifying, and I've paired it with, this is the report that they handed out at the last interim study, Senator Standard's interim study. And apparently their second largest revenue source this year is in the category of miscellaneous. I mean, to me, again, we talk about red flags. Why can't we have an audit? Why does this agency fight so hard against something that is as healthy and sensible and common sense as a very thorough performance audit? And again, the unlimited borrowing, taxing, spending powers, it is useful to remember that a toll is a tax, it's voluntary, but as they build more and more toll roads, our choices constrict. We have fewer free roads. A bond is a debt, and so when they say there are no free roads, they are absolutely right, but there are also roads that you can drive on that you don't have to pay for over and over again for 75 years, as we are doing with many of the state turnpikes. So banks love lending money to the Turnpike Authority specifically because, and this is in all the credit rating agency reports, there's no legislative oversight on toll increases. So as long as OTA has the exclusive authority to raise toll rates, they have unlimited borrowing ability. So again, a toll is a tax, a bond is a debt, and we're going to have a whole lot more of them without some legislative oversight. And so these are the proposed toll increases to fund some of the access projects. This is woefully out of date. These are based on 3% per year inflation. Right now we're clearly much higher. And they were already proposing a 10% increase in 2023 and then a 3% every year until 2045. But again, these are woefully out of date. They're going to have to be much higher. And the public gets no say in this. Like, this was found in an open records request. And why was there no public conversation ahead of time? Like, shouldn't it be presented to the public, like, we're going to build a toll road, are you comfortable paying 10% toll increases until 2045 to pay for the road? And again, their analysis has this very misleading claim. They use rate per mile. The toll rate per mile is low, but the number of miles is the problem. There are fewer and fewer non-toll roads to drive on in Oklahoma. And in many states, the toll rate per mile is irrelevant because there aren't any toll roads, or they have a toll road but they paid it off. So again, I find this a very misleading data point to try and justify the access turnpikes. Okay, so let's talk about the Kickapoo. I think I've left myself enough time. So let's talk about the Kickapoo. This graphic comes from a traffic study that OTD commissioned, supposedly to justify construction of the Kickapoo. Curiously, the traffic study was commissioned exactly the same time that they started acquiring property for this turnpike. In other words, the traffic study didn't matter. It was done after the fact. And even with that in mind, it does not provide any justification for building the Kickapoo Turnpike. Look at the number of minutes saved. This is the traffic study, and that it's between 3 and 6 minutes to transit this corridor. To me, that is a no-brainer that you don't need a turnpike there, especially one that's going to take 262 parcels of private property and will never be, self-sustaining. So their toll predictions that came with this traffic study for the Kickapoo, the 2021 revenues are 50% lower than those predictions. I think we can assume that this is another one of those unnecessary, unprofitable turnpikes. When we look at the cost overruns, it gets even worse, right? The original cost estimate, part of the Driving Forward program, was $300 million. It ended up costing $450 million. And so when you add all of these numbers together and the uncountable cost to the community, to the city, to the people who lost their homes and property, it's significant. This damage cannot be undone. There is no reason for this turnpike to exist. Let's talk about the Gilcrease, and I do thank you for answering my question of who owns the Gilcrease, but I still do, there's some mystery there. And I think this is the next to last slide. So original Driving Forward project budget for the Gilcrease was only supposed to be 2.5 miles and 28 million. Somehow it turned into 5 miles and 250 million, but then cost 325 something million. But they borrowed over 400 million. That seems like a lot. Where did that money go? We don't know. But we do know that people who live in the area are extremely unhappy and they can't get straight answers. So the Turnpike Authority has put in toll booths, places they were not supposed to. People now have to pay tolls to enter and leave their neighborhoods, and they cannot get a straight answer other than this unspecified funding challenges, which when I look at the numbers is like your challenge, you have $200 million more than you need. It doesn't make sense. And again, we just need better information and a real audit. So this is just a preliminary breakdown of the Driving Forward cost from the original proposal to what things actually cost. These numbers, the actual cost numbers mostly came from newspaper reports, so they may not be completely accurate. In their last, I think, meeting agenda, they did include a more formal set of data about Driving Forward, but that just came out yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to add it yet. But anyway, it was originally projected to be $892 million. The final cost is $1.5 billion. Guess who's paying for all of that extra construction? Guess who's paying in the form of increased tolls? Guess who's paying in the form of destroyed communities? It's excessive and unnecessary. This is their current debt service, and again, I'll just point out, it's high and it just jumped massively this year. In 2006, they did some refinancing and they promised that their debt service payments in 2023 would total $74 million. They actually total $128 million in 2023, and this is without the additional $5 billion that they want to borrow. Okay, so these are my last sort of policy suggestions. Again, as somebody who worked in a Soviet country and a Soviet economy, I like market-based solutions. Markets are super powerful. We can do a lot of this work with market-based solutions. Some of those would include things like paying a true market price for any property. A true market price is not an appraised value. It's the point at which a buyer meets a seller. And if some properties are not for sale, that's too bad. You need to find another route. There should be no more eminent domain, and the unprofitable words should be gradually transferred to ODOT. Legislative policy, Mr. Norman did a really good job, and Mr. Smith as well. But ending cross-pledging would also make things much more easy and more simple, and just new leadership and additional input from the legislature so that there is some element of democratic governance associated with this state agency. And then the real estate transactions also be meaningful disclosure. So I think I'm out of time, but thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Representatives, any questions? Representative Stark? Mainly, more just a comment. You've done a lot of research here, a lot of work. Obviously, I can tell what you do for a living. So again, this is information, even though I don't have questions right now, and I'd like to pose this to any of our presenters that have already presented today or will be presenting in the future, this afternoon or tomorrow. I hope that you be receptive if we have any further questions, because like I said, there's so much information here, which is not a problem. That's what we want, all the information we can get, to reach out to you for maybe some clarifications on some of your presentations, some of the information you brought forward. But like I say, very helpful, and again, was be something that we have more time, we'll definitely delve through this and glean information from that. But thank you, we really appreciate that, Tessie. This time, we will now hear from Amy Serrato. Amy?
Hi, thanks for asking me to speak. My name is Dr. Amy Serrato. I'm a professor of geotechnical engineering at the University of Oklahoma. I own my own consulting business, and I am one of 2 certified professional trainers for the Oklahoma Department of Transportation. teaching soil mechanics technicians how to correctly test soil for engineering design. And I'm here to talk about policy and procedures. Some of you probably know who I am because I was up here last session a lot asking you to help us with protections against the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, and unfortunately we were unsuccessful. But I hope that after my presentation today, you'll see just how necessary legislation is to curb the OTA's power and to put transportation decisions back in the people of Oklahoma's hands. I have 2 videos. Will you help me play them when I get to those? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, many communities around the state have been in the same situation that the citizens of Cleveland County are in right now because of bad Oklahoma Turnpike Authority policies and procedures. If you look back over the history of the OTA and study the policies and practices they used to build their 11 existing turnpikes, there are certain destructive patterns that emerge. The newspaper clippings detailing the citizen and local municipality outrage are always the same. The reporting on lack of transparency and rushing to build before studies are even started are always the same. The reporting of flooding and poor construction practices and almost immediate maintenance needs after the turnpikes are open are always the same. So while these particular routes in Cleveland County have no sound engineering justifications and make no engineering or economic sense, you need to understand that none of the turnpikes after the Turner made sense either. The turnpikes destroy generational wealth and bankrupt the cities by bootstrapping them with sprawling infrastructure that they don't have the money to maintain, and the requirement of additional services while wiping out ad valorem taxes, which I'll talk about. The high-speed limited access turnpikes bypass local businesses and make next-door living miserable. The OTA supports slash and burn development and a quick buck for the contractors and developers, but their turnpike's ability to support viable long-term business is dreadful. Just look at the Kilpatrick. The empty lots, miles of weed-infested concrete parking lots and buildings, 25 years after it was built, unnecessarily. So specific to these Cleveland County routes, you've all heard me say many times that these routes make no environmental ecological sense. They're geologically destructive and they destroy 5 times more families than any turnpike in the state's history. But I want to frame that from an economics perspective today, and later in this presentation, I'll talk more about economic development versus wealth creation. If the OTA further destroys the watershed from stormwater runoff and developing the Garber-Wellington aquifer beyond its capacity, then Norman, Del City, and Midwest City must buy water elsewhere, which costs the citizens money. If you bring the concrete jungle to the wetlands and wildlife management areas and destroy the unique character of East Norman, which is a rural tourist destination, one of the biggest in the metro, no one will want to come there, meaning that Norman will lose tourism dollars. If you pave over the only barite rose rock vein in the world, Oklahoma squanders one of our most unique and lucrative tourist draws to the area, our state rock. And if the OTA displaces over 2,000 residents, the city of Norman will lose over $1 million per year in ad valorem taxes, possibly in perpetuity, because there aren't enough unique properties to relocate those people that are displaced from the turnpike. Those that are left will have depreciated properties because who wants to live next to a turnpike? And Cleveland County will lose over 4,000 acres of farm and ranch land to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars in productivity a year. So we're trading millions of dollars in annual farm income for billions in long-term debt financed by foreign entities. What are we doing? Why do we keep letting a state agency repeatedly, forcibly violate our land and the people for the benefit of the state and foreign elite? Enough is enough. No ethical or competent engineer would have ever put these routes in place. And no competent or ethical engineer would have ever built the previous 10 turnpikes after the Turner. So I'm here today to ask the legislators to take seriously your task of controlling the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority through Statute 69, the Enabling Act, and protecting your 4 million Oklahomans that you serve. As is blatantly obvious, this is not just a Cleveland County problem, this is a statewide problem, and it needs to be fixed. The OTA has numerous location authorizations, as Mr. Norman discussed, sitting dormant, waiting in Statute 69, Section 1705, that the OTA can pull out at any time to surprise the Oklahomans living in these shaded areas you see on the screen. Many constituents and legislators over the years have agreed with me that the OTA needs to have their policies and procedures changed, and many bills have been proposed and discussed on the floors of both the House and the Senate from 1993 to present. Unfortunately, even the most common sense engineering policies that exist in almost all other states are absent in Oklahoma. The OTA treats their systems as turnpikes as a system, as Mr. Norman and Dr. Hirschfeld discussed, instead of being concerned with each individual turnpike revenue cost versus cost sheet, because your legislative predecessors legislated the OTA the ability to cross-pledge, which we have to change. Because of cross-pledging, none of their turnpikes have to make engineering sense. These current ones don't, and a lot of other ones do not as well. None of their turnpikes have to be justified. These are not justified. None of the turnpikes have to generate revenue. 8 of their 11 do not. None of their turnpikes have to have sound engineering or environmental impact studies done. They didn't do an environmental study for the Kickapoo. And their traffic study was done 12 months after they started acquiring properties on the Kickapoo. Their policies and procedures are not correct and they need to be changed. The legislature should demand the OTA provide turnpike by turnpike revenue and expense sheets, because then you'll understand why the OTA must be forced to change their policies and procedures. And you're the only governmental body that has that power. So the OTA has put their propaganda machine on high spin, I heard again this morning, telling everyone that these routes are to relieve traffic on I-35 using overinflated traffic counts and congestion on I-35 to justify building these East Norman turnpikes is wrong. They were wrong in the 90s, and they're wrong now. But you should know that this is not the goal of a traffic model, to predict the future flow of traffic accurately, because it's impossible. Even though the person doing the modeling likely believes that their results are correct, the goal is nearly always simply to justify more investment in transportation. So the goal of traffic modeling, if you're not a civil engineer in the room, it's not to be correct. It's to create a plausible narrative as to why more construction is both needed and helpful. So there's an absurd feedback loop between the DOTs and the consulting traffic engineers in the room that needs to be disrupted, and we need your help. The DOTs pay the modelers and engineers to deliver objective projections. But since these engineering firms rely on future work from the DOTs to stay in business, the engineers end up doing exactly what the DOT wants. They show them that congestion is all over the place and that they need to put new alignments in to stop it. So when the firm offers up projections showing the need for more capacity, regardless of real-life conditions, we use that as the gospel and we build new alignments. Traffic projections are consistently and historically overstated, and the federal government transportation design guidelines, along with international design guidelines, make this very clear. According to all design guidelines available, a civil engineer should never, ever, ever justify a new alignment using traffic projections. Why? Because they're always wrong. Not only does the OTA ignore the local municipality needs and goals, but they also refuse to participate in any sort of planning activity. A transportation engineer or technical professional should always never make the decision on where a road or street should be built. That decision has to be made by the people. But that's not how the OTA operates. If you could play that video for me, that would be great. Will it play?
It may not. Is there a link anywhere on here?
Oh, that's okay if it doesn't play. That's okay. So that was just a clip of Deputy Director Mr. Kelly explaining how the OTA doesn't care what the municipality says, because that's not how they do business. The people of Norman have now rejected the proposed turnpikes twice at the OTA and once with ODOT. The process of how the OTA dictates to community where, when, and how they will build a road must be fundamentally changed. Not only does their dictatorial business model need to change, and they need to have first citizen and municipality interest, but they must be required to engage in meaningful studies. Those studies need to be publicly vetted and route options provided. I'm asking the legislators in the room to change the OTA's policies to force infrastructure improvements to come from the community first. If the community doesn't want a roadway or improvement project, then nothing gets built. You need to wipe out all existing authorizations and require municipality agreement, justification, and impact studies before authorization can be granted. The OTA has the state's sovereign power of eminent domain. You have to put legislative protections in to protect your constituents. So, not only do they not care what Norman thinks or any other city in the state, they apparently don't care what the federally funded Association of Central Oklahoma Governments thinks when they put together their plan back in 2021, because the OTA refused or ignored to participate in that planning process. Everyone else, and I mean everyone, including the Oklahoma Department of Transportation, participated in this planning session. But the OTA, even though they had their routes back in probably 2020 or early 2021, as I'll show you in a minute, never gave the ACOG their turnpikes. And the funny thing is, when ACOG did a travel demand model, which is not a traffic prediction model, it's just how many cars are on the road and where they can go in terms of the widening and interchange construction on I-35, including Indian Hills and Route 9 West. They showed that even without those turnpikes, there's really no congestion. So obviously, Central Oklahoma doesn't need those turnpikes to get by with a great traffic plan that is multimodal in view. So the Association of Central Oklahoma Governments, if you don't know, was created in 1966 to lead regional collaboration between the levels of government and the private sector to plan development of the region, improving the health, safety, and welfare of the Central Oklahoma citizens. And just as a quote, so you know I'm not lying to you, according to the ACOG spokesperson, as ACOG planned its 25-year forecast in the last 5 years, OTA was absent. And the spokesman said that the OTA officials did not attend any of our regular meetings during the planning period for Encompass 2045. So I want you to ask yourself, why wouldn't they attend, and why wouldn't they put their planned turnpikes that people in this room have been working on since the 90s? Why wouldn't they put them in that plan? What's the secret? They weren't doing anything wrong. Why couldn't they participate in an important planning process? So Oklahoma shouldn't be building new alignments. And I'll take anyone to school on this task. If you'd like to come down to OU, I'll give you a whole lecture on why we shouldn't do this. We built out our infrastructure decades ago, and now we should be focusing on improving traffic engineering, which includes interchange geometry, on-off ramps. It includes shoulders, it includes traffic lights, in terms of not putting more traffic lights, but removing traffic lights, and a lot of other things. If you're interested, I can give you a great book to read. We have to correct our past mistakes by thinking not only about vehicular safety, but our community values. We should focus on keeping and building wealth within our communities, not building unnecessary, destructive, generational wealth-destroying bypasses through them. So just what you're looking at right now is the city of Albany, and they created a juggernaut of an interstate back in the 60s. Albany's never recovered economically from when they destroyed thousands of homes and displaced more than 25% of its residents. It's been in a slump since then. So they reimagined their city and removed this huge concrete jungle to make more access to the waterfront, bring in businesses, and create wealth. And over 18 other cities across the United States have done that, including our city of Tulsa, which I'll talk about next. The Highway to Boulevards movement offers a path forward. The Highway to Boulevards conversions increase access to jobs and services and allow for creation of neighborhood-driven, well-functioning urban space. So ask yourselves, while the rest of the United States is removing highways, why are we building new ones? We don't need new alignments, and I think you asked that of Mr. Norman, and I can answer any of your questions at the end. But we do need to protect our infrastructure and maintain what we have, and we can improve what we have without building new alignments. In fact, the state of Oklahoma has its own removal request, and that's State Highway 244, an elevated highway that acts as a physical barrier between predominantly black North Tulsa and historic Greenwood Avenue in downtown to the south. In 1942, Greenwood was home to 242 black-owned businesses spread over 35 square blocks. People in the area didn't have to go anywhere. They had everything right where they lived. And $1 was turned over more than 7 times before it left the area. That's the definition of building and maintaining community wealth. But then State Highway 244 came along and decimated the area, and it's never recovered. And now, with the $1.9 trillion federal infrastructure plan focused on reconnecting neighborhoods cut up by historic movements, it's possible that Tulsa can have that section removed and reconnect their community and cure or help some of the destruction that had taken place by that poorly planned elevated highway. Nearly all modern economic growth projects are bad projects because they ultimately destroy community wealth. And I know everybody in this room is super interested in economic development, so I want to clear up some misconstructions or misdefinitions, I suppose, about what that means. The governor thinks it just means growth, 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 and more growth. That's the opposite of what economic development means. Modern economic growth projects actually cost more over the long term than they provide in revenue for the community. Wealth creation, on the other hand, is an economic metric strongly correlated to financial success. So think about what wealth creation is. It correlates with many of the things people want to experience. Streets designed for humans on foot build more wealth than those designed for automobile throughput, and it's not even close. Streets designed to be safe for people walking and biking build more wealth than those designed primarily to accommodate automobiles. Streets that use good urban designs focus on building a sense of place and connect by biking and walking to a surrounding neighborhood dramatically outperform, in terms of wealth creation, any collection of auto-oriented streets we can construct. So why then are we trying to blow 3 turnpikes through the city of Norman and bypass all those businesses and have limited access on and off? Why are we doing that? It doesn't make any sense. What Norman wants to do is vitalize the downtown. We don't want people buzzing through on their way to someplace else. We'd like to keep people in Norman. The suburban sprawl is a Ponzi scheme. It's what the governor likes to do. Likes to build things out, 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 and more out, and just keep going. And he's bankrupting communities. He thinks Hare is doing well now. Wait 20 years. It's not going to go so well for them. Suburban sprawl is a Ponzi scheme because new growth provides the illusion of prosperity. In the near term, revenue grows, while the corresponding maintenance obligations are a generation away. So in America, we have a ticking time bomb of unfunded liability for infrastructure maintenance. The American Society of Civil Engineers estimates the cost at $5 trillion. But that's just for major infrastructure, not the minor streets. The American pattern of development does not create real wealth. It creates the illusion of wealth. We need to build productive streets to create wealth, not turnpikes that destroy it. So economic development cannot just encompass growth, as I've just discussed, because it's a Ponzi scheme. Economic development must focus on wealth creation. So ask yourself, looking at this graph of West Norman, who is benefiting from these turnpikes? Look at the names on those parcels. Are they residential or are they developers? The people that seem to benefit from these turnpikes, other than the bondholders, the people getting kickbacks, like the contractors and the consultants from these projects, are the slash and burn developers. These folks might make a lot of money up front, but what happens to the Norman community in the long term? Norman doesn't want the turnpikes. Norman can't afford the maintenance liabilities and the watershed pollution. The state of Oklahoma doesn't need more destructive ring roads or loops. Ring roads that bifurcate and disconnect communities. Ring roads that many cities across the country are working to take down, like Boston and the city of Tulsa. Why is Oklahoma using outdated and harmful civil engineering designs? We cannot continue to reproduce bad transportation designs from the 1960s. Okay, so where are the studies? The OTA's provided no current studies on the feasibility or impacts of these routes. I've done a lot of open record requests, as I'll show you in a minute, and all I get are 1980s and 1990s reports that use routes several miles from where the current routes are being designed. With no published studies, though, the OTA and their corridor manager, Poe And Associates, has gone ahead and green-lighted engineering design along one route corridor with no option of deviation. No legislative notification was provided to you before the public announcement, right? No citizen input was requested before routes were dictated from on high, and no impact studies were performed to determine how destructive these routes would be. So how the heck can we allow them to build them? You know, open record requests are funny. You're supposed to get everything you ask for, but I haven't. We found this 2 or 3 weeks ago with a Google search. Everything's been done in secrecy. This 468-page CDM Smith Incorporated report from January 2017 was requested to show the traffic justification and development potential of the Eastern Oklahoma County Turnpike, otherwise known as the Kickapoo, and the Southwest Kilpatrick Turnpike Extension and the OTA Driving Forward program. I want you to look at the date on the slide. Can you see that? Summary report, what's the date underneath it? January 2017. You know when they started acquiring property upon the Kickapoo? Early 2016. This is a cover. These reports are always done after the fact. They don't do things in the right order because they're not forced to, and that's what the legislator has to do. You have to force them to conduct correct policy and engineering procedure. Even within the report, CDM Smith couldn't lie that much about the time savings of these routes, as Dr. Hirschfeld said. The Kickapoo can save 3 to 8 minutes depending on the time, yet they took 104 homes. And they couldn't lie about the traffic congestion on I-35, which their speed study showed was almost non-existent. But you know what the report did include? More than 100 pages of line-by-line, parcel-by-parcel development potential, saying, hey, you go through this parcel, you're going to get 560 residential home potential. And hey, you know this parcel? That's a great commercial spot. Bet you can sell that to one of your buddies cheap. So is the point of the turnpike to help traffic? Or is it to induce slash and burn unsustainable development? Oh, here's another beauty too. I didn't get this one from the open record request, but I got it from an anonymous source. This document was created by Poe And Associates, called the Future Projects Cost Estimates. I want you to read the red at the bottom of the slide. Why were the route options kept confidential? Why won't the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority furnish information to the public? And how can Poe And Associates and other contractors and consultants that work for the OTA hide behind that veil of the state agency and say, we don't have to tell you anything? So do they get paid to do the OTA's dirty work? Are they pushing the routes? Is the governor pushing the routes? Or is the OTA the one that's coming up with the routes? I don't know, because only half of them show up to the depositions they're asked to show up to. And they're not always telling the exact truth, which I'm sure will come out in the wash. If you look at that route, just for kicks, that's an early route of the southern route that Poe And Associates is now in charge of the design. You can see a huge bridge over Lake Thunderbird. That's surely going to make that sunset picture pretty awful. So I wanted the legislators to have a very clear idea how the open record request does not work in the state of Oklahoma. I wish I could play you the video in that upper corner of Secretary Gatz saying that the governor was very, very concerned about open transparency and wanted the citizens to have all the information they wanted. So I open record requested the governor's office, and he hasn't replied.
I think the split may work.
Oh, okay.
It's something that starts with a conversation about what Oklahoma's transportation future is to look like. And materializes in a plan that's well thought out, and again, public facing, and I can't emphasize that enough. And that's something the governor was extremely concerned about, is that we make this information available. And we do this in an open and transparent manner, and we do it responsibly. So, you know, that was part of our emphasis.
That's, okay, if that's your emphasis, then why can't I get anything I'm asking for? Okay, well this is relevant to just Cleveland County. I want you to look at the budget. This is a document that was created way back in 2021 or 2020. Look at the budget. ODOT wanted to acquire land around the Indian Hills interchange. The right-of-way they said they were going to pay was 4.3, but they actually paid 16.3. That means if this access program is really a $5 billion program, it's looking more like a $20 billion program, $20 billion program. I'd like the legislators to look into the funny business going on between ODOT and OTA, because there's something not right with the finances. We can't figure it out because we can't get any information, so it'd be great to have your viewpoint on that. So just in summary, after analyzing the historical policies and practices of the OTA through newspaper records, media reports, and files obtained through open record requests, as well as experiencing the threat of eminent domain personally, I feel this is a good summary of the OTA's business model. So the OTA hires out-of-state transportation advisory services like CDM Smith to make predetermined routes look profitable, and the results don't even have to come in by the time they start acquiring right-of-way. The OTA uses overinflated revenue investment-grade studies to sell their ideas to developers and investors, but they keep the routes confidential. They instruct the preferred engineering design firms to make their predetermined routes seem needed by conducting traffic and population studies that justify the need for new alignments. Then they promise these firms future design and construction contracts. While they're doing all this hocus pocus and making the preferred design engineers rich by allowing them to act simultaneously as corridor managers, design firms, and right-of-way firms without oversight, and allow them to charge by percent of construction costs to repay their loyalty, they destroy Oklahoma families. Does this sound about right to you all? The OTA follows the playbook, and even the OTA's Director of Strategic Communications, Ms. Jessica Brown, said this is the way we've always done it. Well, maybe it's time to force the OTA to change. I would like to see the legislature require House and Senate appointments to the OTA board, possibly make some of these oversight boards elected officials. They are not an oversight board, they are simply a rubber stamp club. They're currently 100% appointed by the governor, and they all have limited experience with transportation projects. The environmental impacts we talked about in terms of economics. Norman will never recover from these specific environmental impacts. So from a legislature point of view, I'd want you to require these types of studies to be done prior to the OTA being allowed to apply for authorization for the routes. The human impacts. These proposed routes are a disaster in terms of human impact. The routes impact 5 times more families per mile than any other turnpike in Oklahoma history. I find it abhorrent that a route would not have these studies done prior to releasing it to the public. In fact, I find it abhorrent that the OTA can dictate where the routes are to begin with. And finally, can we fix it? Yeah, we can fix it, but we need some legislation. An instrumentality of the state has been given the state's sovereign powers of eminent domain, and yet has legislated themselves no accountability or oversight in the past 70 years. It's time for the legislators on behalf of your constituents to grab that power back from the OTA. I've already showed you how the turnpike system has nothing to do with engineering or transportation. They make no engineering or long-term economic sense, they're not justified, and they never have to generate revenue. They don't have to because of cross-pledging. We have to change that. Roadways and streets should be about transportation. They shouldn't be a financial vehicle to make a few individuals wealthy on the backs of hundreds of thousands of Oklahomans. So we have to change the system from the bottom up. You must sunset all authorizations immediately. We can't continue to hold 600,000 Oklahomans hostage in perpetuity. We must acknowledge that transportation decisions cannot be made by transportation officials. They must be made by the public and the citizens who live in the community. The OTA should not be authorized to dictate a route to a community, nor should they have authorization to trump a community's long-range transportation plan. I hope that it's quite apparent how the OTA engages in no sound engineering practices and provides zero transparency and accountability to the state it's supposed to serve. It also crushes generational wealth and trades it for short-term economic development for the elite. We're here today because of 70 years of bad policy. And we need to get serious about passing bills that change the way in which the OTA is allowed to do business. We can do better, we must do better, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Representative. Any questions? Representative Streb.
Thank you for that presentation. Very passionate, very detailed, understand a lot of very, I would say, maybe bold statements made, and which is fine. I do want to remind all the presenters that's already presented afterwards that we gave OTA Kelly the opportunity to present, what their plans are and so forth moving forward. Tomorrow, the last thing we'll have is, I think, you're talking about answers. We need some answers. There's going to be the opportunity for OTA to maybe address some of these concerns and answer or questions that's been presented by you and others today. So make sure everybody's aware of that. I think that's one thing, especially when we're talking about a big part of our state agency program or state agencies. This is a big one, transportation area. So that's one reason we designed that, built that into the schedule. So I just want to be very transparent about that. Apologize, there's a lot of questions I could ask you. Again, we tried to make this as long as we could for time purposes so everybody present their side, but I will just real quickly. And again, I'll remind you, I might reach back out for some clarifications on some things. You made the comment that that's, hey, no problem, no problem. That's not a problem. We're talking to old teachers here. As far as, well, lose my place here. Okay, here we go. You're talking about bankrupting cities potentially and so forth, and the street design, potential income loss because of that. Do you feel like the potential street design income that could be generated would offset, in your opinion, I know you don't have the data, but would that, in your opinion, offset the current toll road revenue that is coming in?
The toll road revenue doesn't come to the Oklahoma citizens. In fact, we lose out on all of that. That's bondholder and private. They have this state instrumentality, which they have all the powers of the state, yet they're a private company. So the citizens don't receive any of that money. The great thing about complete streets, which is something that the Central Oklahoma government's planners and all the planning transportation engineers around the country believe in, is that when you drive pedestrian and you drive people to a location, you keep them there, they spend more money. And so the streets, and you keep the wealth in the community. And so we think that by far it's a better option for the state of Oklahoma and the city of Norman to try to focus all of their energy on infilling all of the empty spaces in downtown, and filling all of that slash and burn development that happened 25 years ago out by I-35 and is now vacant. Fill in all those areas and bring people to the center of town to keep our money where our people live.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know you addressed geologically, potential for geological destruction. Could you just maybe touch on that just one more time briefly?
Sure. So I kept my Rose Rock slide out because I was told to focus on other things today. But the Rose Rocks, the rare geologic formation in the Garber Sandstone, the barite rose is our state rock. And it's the only place in the world where it occurs, and it occurs in a very narrow band between Lake Stanley Draper and the Lexington Wildlife Area. And there are some areas that have just high levels of barium, and that's why they formed in those locations. And the turnpike that is planned goes directly down right through the main part of that route between 72nd and 84th. And once you pave over that road, you lose educational opportunities. The University of Oklahoma, the Oklahoma State University, Langston University, all the universities, Rose State, they come to our area. They bring people in. We have out-of-state rock hounds. We have international rock hounds that come, and they stay and they spend money in our city. And once you pave over that they're gone forever.
I didn't know that's what they were called, rock counties. That's interesting. One last question, I know we need to move on, but, you know, you were talking about the geological destruction, but in your opinion, I'm assuming, and not putting words in my mouth, obviously I'm asking, do you feel like the environmental studies that the OTA and ODOT will conduct will not be sufficient and not be accurate?
Well, they're acquiring properties right now. I think they already have 5 properties acquired on the east-west connector. They don't even have their studies done. They're not gonna have their studies done until next year when they plan on acquiring all the property anyway. It's like an after-the-fact thing. They should be required to halt immediately all property acquisition until those studies are done. And they did not know about the geologic rose rocks until I met with the consultants, contractors back in March and told them they had no idea. I find that hard to believe because if you're from this area, it's pretty in your face. Down in Norman, there's Rose Rock. Noble is the Rose Rock capital of the world. I mean, you know, it's all over the place. And so I don't think there's sufficient now to handle the destruction, in perpetuity, forever. They'll destroy that geologic formation.
Okay, thank you. And like I said, I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm playing a little bit of the devil's advocate just so we can see both sides of that issue. So appreciate that.
Our last presentation of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you will refer to your agenda, we're going to have to make a switch here. We were scheduled to have Ward 5 Councilman Bashar Tortello. I got that close on him. But we are going to switch out with him on the second page, tomorrow's agenda. At 9:35, we have Richard Lavarth that was going to present, well, because of commitments he has tomorrow. We've done a switch between those two, so he will be presenting to us now. So just want to make everybody aware of that change. So Richard, it is all your show now.
Okay, Representative Sterling and Chairman Johns, thank you very much. Yes, I'm sorry for the bait and switch. Appreciate Councilman Tortello swapping with me. He actually said he was feeling a little under the weather today. I want to make sure he didn't have COVID before he came up here. So hopefully he's going to be fine and he'll be here tomorrow. Before I begin, let me just say I think there could be a little bit of confusion as far as what the OTA thinks the term transparent means. And let me just tell you, it is not a reference to a mother or father of a trans child. Okay. Let's just get that out of the way right off the bat. We're locked in, I don't want to say a mortal battle, but it's pretty hot and heavy litigation. In our case, now, Mr. Norman has a case that goes much deeper into substantive issues, whereas our case is all about whether the Open Meeting Act was violated or not. And of course, the plaintiffs contend that it very much was violated. And I would encourage everyone here today to go pick up Title 25 of the Oklahoma statutes and just read sections 301 through 314. They're not long. That's the entirety of the Open Meeting Act. And of course, the Open Meeting Act is often referred to as the Sunshine Act or the Sunshine Law. And it's unique in this sense. It, unlike virtually all of the statutes we have on the books, it's one of the very few that spells out precisely what the public policy interest is behind the act. And the public policy interest is to ensure as much as possible that we have an informed citizenry knowing what the government's doing. And it applies to all public bodies in the state of Oklahoma, and certainly the OTA is a public body. So their obligation is to furnish advance notice in the form of an agenda as to what the business is that they're going to be taking up. And it has to be done a certain way. And thankfully, there's a very recent Supreme Court decision penned by Justice Darby that just came out last year. And ironically, it involved the city of Norman. And of course, the city of Norman has now weighed in, as I know you're aware, on the side of the plaintiffs in the other lawsuit, the PIKE suit. Our case is Hirschfeld et al. Versus the OTA. And Tassie is our lead plaintiff. There she is. I need to be nice to my client. And it's 246 people who own property, homes, farms, homesteads, so forth, in the path of the proposed Kickapoo Turnpike extensions. So our complaint boils down to this. When the OTA conducted its meetings, its regular board meetings in January and February of this year, they did a number of things. They approved a number of big contracts. The February meeting included 12 awards of each for $5 million, or up to $5 million, to 12 different engineering firms. And that's just one aspect. There were, of course, Poe And Associates had already, in January, been officially engaged for another $5 million to function as the lead design firm. We have been fighting over what discovery may or may not be conducted. And there have been a number of eruptions, disagreements. We're typically going to see Judge Olson or conducting a Zoom hearing on a weekly basis. We have conducted depositions of Director Gatz and Deputy Director Kelly, and Chairman Gene Love, and Vice Chairman John Jones, and Dana Weber. And Ms. Weber is also a board member, and she also is the treasurer and the secretary of the Finance Committee. I was advised that earlier today, Deputy Director Kelly had said that the OTA board was apprised in advance of the January and February board meetings about the Access Oklahoma Plan and the Kickapoo Turnpike extensions, but that doesn't really square with what we heard from Chairman Love and Vice Chairman Jones last week, in which they both testified under oath that they did not have any prior knowledge about Access Oklahoma. And I've got the transcript, of course, if anyone wants to see it, I'll be happy to furnish it. It's troubling because we have identified well over 600 people who own farms and homes that are in the pathway of the proposed Kickapoo extensions, especially the so-called the South extension. And they are the most significant aspect of what's been announced for as part of the Access Oklahoma Plan. Because the so-called South extension that goes from I-40 down to Purcell is 29 miles of new roadway. The so-called east-west connector, well, that's another 18 miles. So just between those two legs, we're talking about 47 miles of new roadway. One thing that's quite interesting to us is the appearance that there were a whole lot of folks that knew about this in advance, but the public didn't. If you look at the sign-up sheets that are contained in the minutes of the December 21 and the January and February 22 meetings, there's a lot of folks at these deals. And if you start to peel back the onion and see who they are, they're folks associated with bond underwriter firms, banks, road construction companies, engineering firms, right-of-way acquisition folks. In short, people that stand to benefit tremendously from $5 billion of largesse. And yet, we don't believe the public had a fighting chance to know about what was going on. In fact, Chairman Love didn't even know the governor was coming at the February meeting, in which Governor Stitt and Director Gatz rolled out the Access Oklahoma plan. So we don't believe that that is, in any sense, good governance. We shouldn't exalt and benefit people that stand to benefit greatly, economically, while not telling the general public what the business that we're going to be conducting. In the case that I mentioned a moment ago, it's called the Fraternal Order of Police versus City of Norman. This case arose because of the furor that was going on following the George Floyd riots and the reaction and the effort to defund or to cut police funding and so forth. And so the city of Norman, the city council was taking up that issue, and it evolved in I guess it was a very heated and lengthy council meeting in which there were a number of amendments that were offered. And these amendments, including the one that was apparently the one that was ultimately passed, had not been sufficiently identified in the agenda. We have a big fight going on presently about what may or may not properly be considered part of the agenda. The Turnpike Authority, and you may have seen in the press, we filed a couple of motions in which we're trying to make the case that that these agendas were modified after the fact, which we can't understand why anyone thought that might be a good idea. The legal significance of an agenda is what it says in advance of the meeting, and it should remain in pristine condition without any addition, subtraction, or alteration of any kind. That is the evidence to indicate whether the public body does or has not met its obligations under the Open Meeting Act. And let me just tell you what Justice Jarvie described in the Fraternal Order of Police versus City of Norman case. Essentially, he said that, and it was a unanimous decision of our Supreme Court, by the way, that the notice must be in an agenda and it must give fair notice to a person of ordinary intelligence as to the business that is intended to be conducted. And it cannot be deceptively worded, nor can it be materially obscure what's going to take place, what the business is that's going to be taken up. Turnpike Authority this morning was arguing that there's a link on their website and that some 244 pages of background matter should be construed as being part of the notice. We disagree, but in any case, I would say, in a sense, that may actually be beneficial to our position. I'm sure you all have seen or heard of cases, big litigation cases in which one party does a document dump of that many thousands of pages, sort of defying the other party to go through it and find the needle in the haystack. Most citizens, people of ordinary intelligence, would have an extraordinarily difficult time to navigate their way through 244 pages of minutia just to find out that there are these turnpike extensions coming and where they are. And so we're anxious to try to depose some folks to ascertain that. Thus far, we haven't been able to lay our hands on documentation that would describe what these proposed routes were and when they were known. We hope to depose Representative of Poe And Associates soon. They have filed a motion to quash, which the OTA supports. And we think it's unsettling or unfortunate that Director Gatz speaks of his desire to be open and transparent and so forth on the one hand, but on the other hand, they're fighting tooth and toenail to prevent almost any form of discovery. So that's not the way it ought to go. If you're the head of a public body, openness and transparency is not only quite a good thing, it's a legal necessity. So it's our hope that there will be curative actions taken by the legislature to spell out with greater detail what is expected, what is required, so that we don't have to have these difficult showdowns or fights in the future. Our case is set for trial in 6 weeks approximately, December 12th. There are a number of disputes that have percolated to the surface, and Judge Olson's going to be busy sorting it all out. We have actually filed a motion asking for sanctions, and the ultimate sanction would be the granting of judgment in our favor by virtue of the legal term is spoliation of evidence. Spoliation is a SAT word, I guess, that simply means altering or secreting a document that is of relevance in a case. So, it's a serious allegation. We don't take it lightly. Counsel for the OTA indicated they're going to file a cross sanctions motion against us, and we said, great, file your motion. So, there's a lot forthcoming, and I hope that you all will follow the case actively. I will say this, that it's our hope that the legislature will strongly consider some common sense reform measures, and one of them that we would like to advocate for is that the legislature pass something to allow a referendum. And the idea would be that folks that live within, say, a mile of a proposed new turnpike be given the opportunity to vote on it. They're the people that are most affected. And we shouldn't exalt these businesses that stand to benefit economically greatly from these very large projects. I mean, the two Kickapoo extensions by themselves almost add up by the Turnpike Authority's own figuring to $2 billion just with those two pieces. We are perfectly happy to use our lawyer skills, such as they are, to try to draft language that could be incorporated into a bill and let the people decide. We think a referendum in this case is a very good idea, and I'd be very happy after the meeting or anytime soon, if anyone wants to get our ideas, we'd be happy to share them with you in that regard. That's really all I have to say. I'd be very happy to try to entertain questions if you all have any.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate the presentation. Any questions? Representative Sterling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really won't have any questions right now, especially after listening to the current status of how things are going. Maybe it'd be best, just for this information that you've given us tonight, delve into a lot of questions, because I know this is ongoing litigation. But as I stated, I think you were here earlier when I said it, others, there may be some things that we might want more clarification on, or opinion and so forth. So I appreciate your time, appreciate you coming and providing that input.
You're welcome. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Jones. Thank you very much.
Just like to remind everyone again that we will be hearing our final presenters tomorrow. Also, we'll be able to hear final comments from Assistant Director Kelly. So just want to make sure, because I know there's a lot of information, a lot of things that's been brought up today. It's very complex, a lot of opinions, and like I say, hopefully some of these concerns and so forth will be addressed tomorrow by the OTA. And I'm a firm believer in that, you get people together, let's talk about what the issues are, hear both sides of the issues, and that will, as I stated earlier, will give us opportunity as legislators to go back after this is over, go back through the information, go back and listen to the presentations, and see if there's any forthcoming legislation that we deem necessary to file. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sterling. Representative Sterling, we appreciate all the work you've done, and we will adjourn, and we will see Representative, we'll see you again in a month. Thank you so much. At 9 o'clock, we'll convene at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay.
That should be fun.